Hello, everyone. Hey, JD. Sorry, I let the intro thing play out for a little too long. I was typing out the today command. So it's Thursday. We are just going to dive right into things. Hey, Atomic. We left off yesterday fixing an issue but never checking it in. And I wanted to do that. I just want to see if this thing was going to break this again. So I guess like fix. Well, we fixed a couple things. In fact, battle party member and party member are different from these other ones. All right, so let's minus these for now. But I got to get just those two, battle party member and party member. So fix broken tab bar backgrounds. Godot changed how margins were used for these in a recent update. And then battle party member and party member. This is fix life bar positioning. It lost its position when I upgraded the project files in, gotta go find it. Hey, Javalton, hey, ABC, hey, Galaxy Inferno. Finally noticed you go live again. Yeah, and I've been streaming for a lot longer than normal lately, too. Had to pause VOD at him. What number are you on? Oh, this is the wrong branch. Yeah, we're going to try to do as much as we possibly can in the next week. The way I've been thinking about it is we have 26 days. If we were to just say we had 20 days, then we split it into 4 weeks of 5 work days, which, I mean, that's not exactly how it works. But I could do backlog entirely for 5 days, then polish stuff for 5 days, then fun stuff for 5 days, and then we get back to performance stuff maybe. This is not how this is going to end up panning out, though. So we gotta do as much as we can. Yeah. Business mode. On 308.5. Oh, wow. Yeah, you really churned through all those. More than 4 hours in the evening. 4 p.m. for your stream. That's a lot. Yeah. I've been putting in a lot of time. I really, really want to make sure that this is as good as it can be. Did this keep? Yeah, it did. Oh, doesn't work. Okay. Let's close this and reopen it. Hopefully it keeps the tabs that I had. Hey, Krasner. Okay, it did not, but that's all right. We can just go back to library, synchronize settings, title. Title save. There we go. Okay, where's the thing where I updated project settings? Project upgrade. I don't know. Oh, it's load more commits. That's why it didn't show up. Here it is. So it's this commit. Just give me the commit. The file's in that. Cool. Okay, run upgrade project files again. Seems like this isn't idempotent, but maybe it only needs to be run twice. All of these changes were automatic. Yeah, so it added more unique IDs. I don't think I touched any of this stuff. Yeah, I don't see anything other than IDs. And then, yeah, just IDs. Okay. Cool. So that's fixed. Panel tab container looks like this. Same thing with the perks menu. This is fixed. All right, next up, fix cloud saves on Linux. See bug reports on Discord. All right, here's the bug report. Cloud saves are not working properly on Linux. Tested with Steam Flatpak and native Steam. A fresh CachyOS install. Also confirmed that another game from my library has working cloud saves. Okay, so Steam downloads and uploads cloud saves from this directory, but the game loads and saves from this directory. Why is it doing it from that directory? It does say Skeleseller save data synchronized. Persisting file. Wait a second. This is the demo. Maybe this is just an old version. No, I pushed a new version though, didn't I? This is tricky. This is very tricky. Is the new version on Steam? I pushed it like a week ago. I'm gonna go look into this. If it's just this isn't a problem at all. But if it's anything more than this is a mega problem. Not mega, it's not that big. Our last version was pushed. The Steam version is from February 11th at 2:06 p.m. What branch did I push from? Probably this one. So now we got to go find February 11th at 2:06. Here. So probably this. What time was this? Where is the time? Huh, that's weird. Hovering over this should show it, right? There it is. 2:11. 2:06, 2:11. So this is probably there. Yeah, this got tagged. Yeah, so it was this. So it's this commit. That corresponds to this commit. Now, what happened after that? Performance, cache, performance. Yeah, I probably didn't touch Steam Cloud anymore. So that means this is probably up to date. Unless I didn't publish. That's possible. There's a view diffs thing here. No uncommitted diffs. But this is using the same paths as the release version. So I gotta go look at the release version. So what's a release version? VDF. Release here. View diffs. No diffs. All right, that's not good. So there are no unpublished changes to Steam Cloud for the demo or the release. February 11th on the demo. Hey, Blub. Yeah, I want to find out what's causing this to happen. So that should rule out my Steam Cloud settings, and my Steam Cloud settings should be correct. For Linux, it's this. And this message, hey, Weasel Tech, did you figure out the frame drops? Figure out, and that I know that it's coming from garbage collection and that we have some allocations we need to still look into, but I have not looked into them yet. Because I want to move on from performance for a bit to fix some of the more critical bugs that we have. Game loads and saves from here. I just don't understand how that's possible. The path is user. Yeah, user save data synchronized. Let me take a look at this. So it's like the local share got dropped from here. But this has local share there. Oh, I just don't get how this is possible. There's one other potential issue that this is being caused by. Yeah, okay. The only other issue I can think of is this one. Steam Cloud documentation. Here, they have this note. You're able to share cloud storage space between two app IDs, which I've done. And then they say a value, oh wait, no. Trying to use shared cloud data with an unreleased target or base will not sync those files and is not a recommended setup. This is the setup that I have, but I think I misunderstood what this meant. But is someone on Windows right now who doesn't mind testing Skeleseller to see if this is working? Skeleseller on Windows, is this any better? And Blub, do you mind going to... Okay, yeah, I'm going to need some help from people here. Let me find the Steam Cloud notes that I have. Yeah, here. So I only have it for Skeleseller. If I click show files. So Blub, can you go to this link? You have no files here? Wait, no, you wouldn't even have this app. Probably. Because this is the release version. Oh, maybe that's the issue. Because I think from these logs, I don't see... Let me take a look at this. It says app 3445480, which should be the demo. Yeah, it's a demo. So if we get rid of all of those, we're just left with the log messages themselves. Which the only time they use home is here. And they never use tilde. Contains my cloud save, and it's a correct one for my Windows install. Problem is Steam downloads it to ScalaSeller. Okay, okay, I see. Downloads it to ScalaSeller. Why would it do that, though? It's saying it maps it to this. Local, share, ScalaSeller. Yeah, I just don't... There's so little I have that I could even configure here. Linux home. And it works on Mac. Let me try this. Let me turn on my Steam Deck and go into desktop mode. I won't be able to share this completely unless I keep holding it up to the screen like this. But it should go into desktop mode. And now I should be able to see my home folder. Is ScalaSeller in here? No. .local is though. And then what? Share, ScalaSeller. Save data synchronized. What are these files from? I have files in here, but I don't know how to see properties. Created February 19th. Something's wrong then. I don't get why that could possibly happen. You don't have any symlinks, Blub, do you? That would somehow point like local share back to your home directory? I guess my questions would be, are any symlinks involved? And are the files, when were the files in ScalaSeller created / updated? Steam download. I just don't know how that's possible. I don't see this happening myself. On my Steam Deck, I see files in the correct place and none in ScalaSeller, which doesn't exist. They were last updated on, oh, today. No symlinks. Okay, and then the second thing, when were these files created or updated? Because it is possible that I had an old configuration that created them there. There's one other idea that I had. Like change money on Windows and then load on Linux and see if it roamed properly. Hey, TJ. Yeah, I'll type this in the chat, although you probably heard me. Because I'd love for this to somehow just be a non-issue. If it's not a non-issue, I don't know what I did to cause this. So this is a no. If it works, then it still wouldn't explain why there are files in ScalaSeller at all. Oh, unless, wait, maybe Godot maps user differently on those platforms. What's the value of use custom user directory? It's set to true. Yeah, because I know in the documentation, I'm guessing I know what you're pointing at. Yeah, this use custom user directory. So we go over to here and open an online docs. User. Okay, so user directory, blah, blah, blah. If this contains trailing periods, it'll be stripped. Where's the, they have something. Ah, here we go. Yeah, so this is where it should save on Linux. So for whatever reason, it's not saving there. This is potentially an issue with just Linux Godot, that it's just saving to the home directory. User home. It's as good as I can think of for a query here. It's going to find a bunch of different things. And maybe Linux. And maybe local. Editor paths return empty string on certain Linux systems. Get data, config, and cache. We want the user directory, though. Oh, hey, that. Data. According to this, when those and those are empty, then string equivalents of the following should be respectively used instead. Update every time I start the game. I can even delete the folder and it's download again. Okay. Do you have these XDG environment variables? I don't know if this is a. I don't even know. Do I have these? Let me figure out how to type again. All right. So echo. Oh, I could just do env. That's probably faster. Why is it not working? Oh, because I'm pressing shift. God, it's so hard to use this keyboard. XDG. I have some XDG stuff, but do I have data? Home. I thought these be in alphabetical order. They're not. I don't see it. There's data DIRs. No, I don't see it. Hey, DevDad. Hey, Giganzo. Happy Thursday. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. If this is just some wacky Linux thing that's going on, maybe we're okay, or maybe it's this bug. I don't even know what we do about this. Print works as expected. I believe you only got empty strings due to the errors above. Errors. Editor paths cannot be constructed as abstract. Okay, so maybe it's possible there are errors in the log. There are errors in any log files. I don't know what those would be. Did I create the assets? I only made the music. But I didn't do any of the artwork. I'm definitely not an artist. Yeah, Blub, sorry to have you do all this stuff, and I don't know if I'm asking too much. But if you if you don't mind sending me your log files, the way you get them, although you can probably just find them because you already probably know all the paths that are being used. But if you open up the game and just click the version number at the bottom left, it'll open up the logs folder. If you could just zip that and send it to me. Over Discord, maybe. There's nothing personal in them, and I'll try to open them off stream anyway, or off screen. There's in the log files. Maybe this could have caused the paths to return the wrong thing. I wonder what that would be. See this issue. Also, for what it's worth, as long as this problem isn't super widespread, it's probably not a huge deal because most people will probably play on Steam Deck. And maybe there's something I could do to try to figure this out, like check to see, are you on a Linux system? And then does user contain the local part of the directory? And if not, I don't know what we'd do. Yeah, I don't know what we would do. Maybe have some custom path get returned. All right, maybe it's best to search for this, user : // Yeah. There are only 38 open issues. Globalized path doesn't strip custom user dir / when returning path. I'm not seeing anything here. I wonder how I would repro this. I mean, it could be in a closed issue that they like recently tackled. Man. Nix build fails to detect Vulkan or any video backend. I mean, it could be something like this causing the other issue. In code, Linux and Windows have different implementation. On Linux, it's just dot, and it's app data on Windows. I'm not sure what you mean, ABC. You probably have a point, but I don't see it. What we're doing is we're telling Steam, I guess Steam is responsible for handling this mapping. So yeah, I guess the problem is that, wait a second. No, hold on. This is created every time I start the game and contains a cloud save. So wait, if it contains the cloud save, then this means the Steam client is setting this up in the wrong directory. So this wouldn't be a Godot problem. That's incredibly strange, though. File name is here, so then it's not using the right path. Let me look at that again. Let's save data synchronized. Yeah, I think maybe I did something wrong here. Hard to tell. Hey, Topher. You're insane right now? Because of the streak or because of something else? Okay, so maybe I messed up the Steam Cloud settings somehow, but they kind of worked. Did I mess up the Steam Cloud settings? So where'd that page go? I'll close this. The page showing my files for the release version is here. It shows a file name of this. My mapping is I don't understand how any of this is working. Hey, Phil. My mapping is this. So why does the file name contain... Oh my God. Why does it say synchronized settings? Excuse me? Hold on a second. Yeah, why does it say synchronized settings? I don't have that in the Windows path. How is this working anywhere? Maybe that's why everything's broken. Maybe it never was working. No. I don't know actually. Yeah, maybe this is a problem everywhere. Oh god, though, this would mean that there's maybe an issue in the Steam Cloud things that I have. Oh man. I think I know what might have happened, and I think there might be a bug here. I technically can't show this UI on stream, but the way it kind of looks is there's a root setting and then there are root overrides. And I set the root to be Windows is whatever, like path to something. And then down here, I'm like, take that Windows path, and on Mac, it's going to be, you know, the Mac path to Mac something. But originally, I had settings written here. And then I deleted that. And I think by just deleting it up here, it doesn't fix the override somehow. Is there some way I can like get the raw data here? Hang on, let me take a look at this. Because if that's the problem, then yeah, I think this is view raw settings. Okay, how do we get this? Is there Steam Cloud somewhere? Config? No. Stats install? No. Depots? UFS? Extended? Something in here has to have this. I'm going to find this. Oh, man. Come on. Okay. Yeah, here it is. Oh, my God. I found the raw data. Look at this. It's set to find synchronized settings here. Okay, this is probably really bad because this means that people who played the demo in the last like week would have gotten the wrong synced files or something. Oh man. Oh, this is such a pain. It says find this and replace it with this. They don't update this. Oh man. Okay, I gotta write this down. Files won't sync. Make sure you're using the correct accounts. If you're using AutoCloud, make sure your configuration is correct. And I had it happen to me where I made a root, what's this called? A root path of foo/bar. Then I overrode those for each OS. However, I later modified the root to be just foo, i.e. I dropped the /bar. This did not update the override paths. But only on Mac? No, also on... Wait, is it only on Mac? It is only on Mac. What? This makes no sense. Yeah, the word settings only exists here. I don't know if any of this is actually working, and I tested this. This is... Oh, man. Okay, well, this is for the release version of the game. I should probably... What happens when you go to this link? Yeah. Okay, so to verify that your raw configuration is what you expect, go to Steamworks, MISC, view raw settings, and then choose UFS from the dropdown. What's your stress level, excitement level, and exhaustion level right now? Stress probably a 7. Excitement probably 7 because of the stress. Exhaustion maybe like a 2 or a 3. I don't know. I'm feeling pretty good actually. But hey, full box. And hey, Presso. And Puelo. Wondering if the use instead is somehow responsible for the Linux issue. Is there a use instead here? Tells me to use Linux home. Maybe a coincidence. DM me the logs. Thank you, Blub. Okay, let me download this. I'm going to open this off screen just in case, but hopefully there's nothing in here. It says can't create Vulkan context. Some valid UIDs, cloud logs. I can probably ignore these. Doesn't have settings in here, does it? No, it doesn't have settings in there. What is going on then? Steam Cloud saves there. That's pretty interesting. Okay. Is there anything else here? No. Okay, yeah. Thank you for sharing those, Blub. Okay, I have no explanation for this. But until, well, maybe I can update this somehow. I just don't get how that's happening. Maybe they ignore this. Maybe this value doesn't matter and it could be anything. Because I don't know for sure that there's actually a problem here, right? Let's try this out. Let's quit the game. Let's go start through. Wait, we don't know the playtest has this issue though. It might. This is the release version I was looking at, right? 3226210. Yeah, I need to look at the playtest version for a second. That's this number. What are the settings for this one? It's totally fine on this one. And then the demo shouldn't even have its own. Yeah, no, it doesn't. Okay, let's try to figure out how to fix the full version problem that we have here. Steam Cloud. I'm just going to delete the Mac one and recreate it. This is pretty much what they have in the documentation, so I think it's probably fine to show this. But I'm just going to delete it. And then I'm going to create it again. And I create it with Win App Data Roaming, Mac OS, Mac App Support, and then Skeleseller Save Data Synchronized. And then check Replace Path Update. Okay, now I hit Save. Unpublished changes. View diffs. The order is now messed up in the well, it's not messed up, I guess. In fact, if I wanted to be the exact same, I guess I could go create this again. Yeah, in fact, well, wait a sec. Yeah. I think I want to do that. Okay, give me a sec. All right, so the next one that I need is this. So I'm going to delete this. Yes. Add a new override. So this is the same thing. Win app data roaming. Linux and Steam OS. Linux home. Replace and paste. Okay, now I hit save. And I go to view diff. And yeah. Look at the diff now. It got rid of synchronized settings and put it as just synchronized, which is what I wanted. It also, however, changed the numbers on the root overrides, which maybe is not a big deal. Hey, Kevin. I don't know why this would have mattered though. Yeah. In my case, I had to delete the override with a stale find value and recreate it with exactly what had been inputted before. But this time it updated correctly. Why did this only happen here? All right, whatever. So I can publish this, but this probably won't fix the issue because this was only a Mac change anyway. So there, this has been published now. The demo would have used this, but yeah, I feel like this is some Linux issue with Steam. And maybe we can search for that. Like this is wrong. By the way, we're using Linux Home, not Linux XDG Data Home, right? Linux Home, yeah. If we were using XDG Data Home, then maybe we'd find something else going on here. I wonder if we can specify both of those. Probably not. Can I? When app data roaming. I don't think this would make sense. Yeah, I don't think this would make sense. Strange. By the way, this wouldn't matter. I'm going to delete this. I'm going to revert everything. Publish, revert. Now what? View diff should show nothing. It doesn't show anything. What do I do? What do I do? Steam Cloud pointing to wrong or like doesn't contain local. Linux PC won't cloud save from a Windows one. Overwrite save. Beware of cloud saves and keep local. Steam doesn't connect. Cloud sync doesn't work on Linux. This is for Obsidian. Hey, what's this? Why Steam doesn't sync progress? If you installed Steam on Linux through FlatHub, chances are that Steam Auto Cloud, Steam's free game progress sync, it won't work for many of your games. Dug into why it isn't working and discussed 2 possible solutions to fix the problem. Before we get to the issue, I'll need to establish quite a bit of context. Does this apply to you, Blub? Because it sounds like it does, but I'm not totally sure. Or like, is a sort of equivalent apply, I guess? Anyway, this might be the situation. Let's just keep reading here. Historically, applications would store their configuration and other files in a hidden directory inside each user's home directory, create a huge mess in the home directory. Provides a set of rules for where configuration and user data, cache data, and other common data types should be stored to clean up people's home directories. 2 folders of interest, config home and data home. I had one of these, right? No, I had data paths. I had data dirs, XDG data dirs. XDG data dirs on my Steam Deck. Hey, Cradlefish. So do I have any other XDG stuff here? Current desktop, seat path, session class, session desktop, seat, config dirs. Okay, I have config dirs as well. If I had a keyboard on this thing, I could actually like search this. But it's so hard to type. All right, well, what are my configures set to? No, I don't know. Wait, this is working on my Steam Deck though, so this wouldn't even be a problem, right? Both behave the same. Okay, first of all, what is this thing? Because I've never heard of this. Blazingly fast OS. Fancy Arch Linux. Right, game progress sync as a free add-on. For the ladders doesn't require any changes. Instead, they configure to automatically synchronize to configure it. It's like one of 14 predefined directories. There are 2 documented one and 1 undocumented one. Linux home, XTG config, and data home. According to Steam database, there are only 6 games in the entire Steam catalog. They've configured Steam Cloud to use the undocumented one. Using the wrong root. Hard code the config path. Blub, can you share your just the output of env? And if there's anything private in there, remove it ahead of time, I guess. I'm just mostly curious about the XDG stuff and home and I don't know. Like this sounds like it could be kind of interesting here. More I think about this, the more I think it's a problem with environment variables. I'm gonna install the demo and see if I'm able to repro. Yeah, I think the best way to repro this is play the game, then like close it, or well, open the game and then close it. Open the game, close it. Well, I guess then click the version number at the bottom left to open your save folder. Then close the game. Now open your save.json file. Edit money to be 123 or some other obvious value. And then open the game again and then close it and then look at this to see if it has 123 in money. So these are the instructions. This is all that's there for XDG. Oh. I mean, I think it's working on the Steam Deck. If it is an environment variable thing, I mean, how would people with this setup know about this? And should be shared through Steam because of Flatpak? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Hey, Sunset. Can you show override for Linux again? Yeah, I'll just go download the new updated setup that we have. View raw data, UFS. Okay, so here's what we have now. Linux is set to find. Wait. Yeah, apparently do it this way. It says .local. I guess because it's going to use Linux home. I don't know. What was the old setting that I had here? But nothing changed here, right? Except for now the 1 went to a 3. So if I just diff these 2 files, I already kind of did this. Should just be the Mac stuff and then those numbers. Yeah. It's just the Mac thing no longer has underscore settings there. And then the numbers change, which shouldn't matter. Because these are some internal Steam identifiers. Show you the instructions to repro here on Discord. Yeah, sure. I'll write that down. Okay. Hey, Torque. Oh, man. By the way, whenever I says open the game, it's literally just open the game. You would maybe not have a save file, though, if you've never played it before, I guess. But I guess you could modify any file, because it doesn't really matter. Like, you can change local settings to change the volume, for example. So, yeah, if you look in your save settings in... Oh, wait, no, those aren't synchronized. Okay, never mind. You might need to make a file here. Like, you might need to do touch save.json. And then you could fill it with whatever you want. You could say, like, hi there. Well, I guess it's got to be valid JSON. Message, hi there. Yeah. You could probably do something like this. I don't know for sure that this would work. Yeah, let me know if you have any difficulties with that. How did allocation hunting go? It went pretty well. We have some more perf stuff to do, but I'm trying to figure out an issue that I don't even know if I have anything I can do about with this. Like, even this person complained that there's a whole bunch of stuff, a whole bunch of games that do this wrong, and that was back in 2018. Issue's been fixed and Steam Cloud should work with all your games. Oh, well, that's too bad. So this never even mattered. Why didn't they put this update at the very top of the article? Oh, man. You'll have a cake. Read 57 comments. Where are the comments? 2 external discussions. Site can't provide a secure connection. Okay, well, this doesn't exist anymore. Oh boy, what do I do? Linux Home, Steam Cloud. Not working. Won't save from a Windows 1 Steam game. Probably using the Linux version of the game on the Mint machine, which has separate cloud saves from the Windows version. Is it? Did they mention the game here? Yeah, they did. Okay, so the game might actually do this differently. And isn't Linux like 3% of the entire Steam user base? Yeah, it probably is. Hey, Mike Kumar. Steam Deck changes that, but this is working on the Steam Deck. So the percentage of people this probably affects is probably pretty minimal. But I think it would be frustrating even for them. But this is taking quite a lot of time to figure out. And I don't have any other ideas here. Can you look at other games' cloud configurations? Find all cloud saves. Oh, you can. Yeah, wow. Okay, so let's just go look at like Terraria or something. Cloud saves. Does not have auto cloud configured, which means they're probably saved in this folder. What game has auto cloud configured? Rogue Legacy 2? Aha, look at that. They use XDG config home. Okay, so wait, why didn't I use that? Wait, that's not even, that's the not documented one. Yeah, how are they even doing this? Can't even select this from the dropdown. Maybe they used to support this, and now they don't? When did this game come out? 2022. Yeah, it's possible that back then you were able to do this. Oh, man. I don't even know if this would fix what I want to do here. But if I edit this and I click the... Oh, it is there. It's just undocumented. It's not inaccessible. Hey, Zelydex. Well, what's the value supposed to be? xdg config home. Because Blub doesn't have those environment variables. So wouldn't this not work? Wouldn't it not work for me? Arch xdg config home. What is this supposed to be set to? Should default to home /config. Okay, if I just type this out, what happens? Like, is this some special thing that somehow just magically works even if I don't have it in env? Because I don't think that's how that would work. Echo $xdg config home. It prints nothing. It isn't set on my Steam Deck. But then how would this game work on... Does it work on Steam Deck? Do they say anything about that here? Steam Deck compatibility verified. All right, I'm confused. Valve has to do something when they find this, and you don't actually have this set. But they don't talk about this path here. Like, what if I change to this and it just works? I mean, I guess we could try it. I could just publish the change right now, and if it works, it works. Before I do this, I want to just look up some other thing here. Steam Cloud, Linux Home. Wait, it's not even called XDG Config Home, though. It's Linux XDG Config Home. Engine is shifting from config home to data home. Only applies to new save files. What does it mean to say my engine is shifting? This is a Steam Cloud thing, right? Can you read it in game and set it to a label on the intro screen? I could, but it's Steam that reads this, not the game. Hey, Sofameyer, yeah, we're getting close. Oh my god, why is this so difficult? Should saves work between Windows 10 and Linux? It's a Merchant of the Skies. Hey, Goose. On Linux, it's located in XDG data home or in home folder. They use Linux home, works across those for you. Thank you for looking into that. Oh god, I don't know. I don't know what this means then. Yeah, good luck to you too, Sofameyer, and thanks. So yeah, why wouldn't this work for me? What am I missing? The file gets created under Skeleton. Wait, no, I guess the game could be creating under Skeleton though. Hey, Foxy. Yeah, maybe this is a problem with my game then, and not with Linux. I'm guessing it has to do with where the user directory points. Oh, okay. Here's an idea. What if we made a new Godot project on one of these systems and printed out user? I mean, it'd be dead simple to do this. In fact, I could even export a Linux thing from here. Yeah. Okay, let's try this. So this should be very simple. Just create a new thing. What did I just click? Oh, yeah, I thought I clicked browse, but I thought the check box or check mark is what got highlighted there. All right, so we're going to call this test user dir. We don't need git create. All right, so we just make a label. This is kind of what Cuddlefish is saying, but this is specifically for the Godot side of things. So I want this to look like that. I want this to have a script. We call this, I don't know, main control. It doesn't matter. No, not GD script. I don't know how to use GD script. Get rid of that. Detach, attach. There. Unable to sync at all. Yeah. All right, let's do this. So we get a label equals get node. Just called label. And then label.text equals path.globalize. No, it's not. Where is that? Where's global project settings? Project settings.globalize path user : // Okay, so that's all we have to do. And then we also need to do one other little thing here. In the project settings, we need to use custom directory. And then we just run this. And for me, it should print the home directory / yeah, whatever, something. Who cares? Now I should turn on word wrap and make this take up the full screen. And then set the content scale factor in here. Get tree.root.content. I guess we could also just change the it doesn't really matter how we do this. Okay, so there. Now it should be a little bit more legible. Yeah. So this is what prints for me. There's a space there, which I guess wouldn't be obvious, but I don't think that's really going to matter. So now we want to export this to Linux. Add Linux. And that should be it, right? Just export project. Ooh, let's do that. Export with debug doesn't need to be on. Save. All right, engage privacy mode. I'm going to do something really fast here. All right, there we go. So it should be done. And now we open this up on disk. Code, Godot, what I call it? Test. What did I just call it? There, test user dir. Yeah, and there it is. There's a zip file there. Zip file should be like 90 megabytes or something because it's got all of Godot in it. Yeah, here it is. 60 megabytes. All right, so we put this online. Hey, Karada. Thank you, thank you. All right, is it done? Did it upload? No, it's not done. 90%, 100%. Great. Okay, so now it's finished. So now we can just type in the path. https share.bot.lan / whatever that is, test user dir. Okay, so can someone on one of those Linux setups open this and tell me what that prints out for you? Ideally, it runs. But yeah, it should print something out. And wait, what do I expect this to say before I hear from anybody here? I guess it would say /home/ whatever your username is /skeleseller. Well, I guess in this case it'd be test user dir. Wait, how does this make any sense at all? No, this doesn't make any sense what I'm doing. Does it? I don't think this proves anything. I'm so confused. Godot paths, user path. It should be. Yeah. Okay, so it should print local. Never mind. Yeah, that's how it proves something. It's not going to print local. It's going to print home. And then just /test user dir probably. So yeah, that's my guess. My guess is it's going to show /home/ username /test user dir. And what it should be is .local/share. Mic muted? Oh yeah, just you. By the way, is anyone in the process of doing this? Because I'm waiting for this, but I don't know if anyone's actually in a scenario where they can test this. I guess it would be Atomic or it'd be Blub. Maybe Xyletics. You're grabbing? Okay, yeah, thank you, Xyletics. Okay, cool. Yeah, because if it is this as the problem, if this is what prints out, I don't know what we do. I guess we could have an override for this. Oh, you know what though? Oh my God, it might print this because we have to test what it does on 4.4. I built the old demo on 4.4. Maybe this has been fixed since then. All right, so this is going to be, if it prints this, it's conclusive. It's conclusively wrong. If it prints this, it's inconclusive. It is local share. Okay, so now we got to build this on 4.4. Yeah, which I don't think I even have on my machine anymore. Okay, thank you all for trying this. I will give you points at the end of this. Hang on one sec, though. Let me go download 4.4 again. All right, we're on to something. We're on to something. Previous version. We want 4.4 stable. Where are you? Here. Download. Mac.net. What are we doing for points? Oh, you need Linux. It's too advanced for you, Pige. You got to download things and run them. It's way too advanced. All right, I don't think I'm going to beat the clock on my break for this. I'd have to do this in the next 2 minutes. It's going to be very hard. But let's try it. Okay, test user dir. Opening will change it to 4.4. So it knows how to downgrade? Interesting. It should just run, though. Yeah, I know. We have very little time left. I think the ad thing is going to say showing an ad in like 20 seconds. And then I'll just have to take my break. Okay, so I just run this, and it'll print out the same thing it printed out before. Come on, come on. Come on. Okay, cool. But now we export it, and I bet this is the problem, and that means it just magically fixes itself. And everything's going to be fine. Export over to here. Save, replace, yes. Okay, then we put it online. I know it's not done building yet. I'm not going to do it yet. So we're going to wait for this to say, well, I guess it is 9:12, and it's done. Okay, yeah, now we put it online. It even got a little bit smaller. Now I should get a dialog to replace it. I did. Good. Okay, it's at 5%, 10%, 20%. We're going to beat the clock here. And then I'll just take my break while someone's testing it out. And then I expect this like old version will print the wrong directory. And then that'll be it. It's that Godot had a problem and they fixed it. So the new version is online. You can now download it again. Here's the link. I'm going to go take my break. And when I come back, hopefully there's good news. Thank you all for helping out. Is it jump time? Time. It's jump time. It's jump time. Hello again. Close the game. Same as before. It's printing the same stuff. Huh. Huh. What do we do? So what does this mean? Godot is saving to the correct location. Steam is creating the wrong location. I just don't know how this is possible or what we're supposed to do about it. How hard is it for me to set up one of these systems? Wait a second. I wonder what this does on my Chromebook. It might not be the same thing, but if I have a repro environment here, at least then I don't need to do this now. I could do this off stream or something. I don't know. Okay, so I'm not even totally sure how Steam runs on this. Does it save in Linux files? I'm trying to load this up. Scala Seller Linux. No, I don't think so. Although, how do you view? Oh, there we go. .local share Scala Seller. When was this last updated? Save data. I need to open Steam. Hey, GLFA. Thanks for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. I think... Is my audio coming through? Did you hear it on the break and everything? How'd the stream go? What were you up to? I am currently struggling. Steam tries to fetch it from Scala Seller. To copy that, yeah. Rooting for you, thank you. Thank you very much. I need everyone to root for me. Man, Steam on Chromebook is incredibly slow. It's just stuck on loading. All right, let me move some stuff around. Hey, Half. Yeah, it's just stuck on loading. All right, so Steam could not cloud save my game. The game saves the correct location. Steam tries to fetch it from this. I just don't get this. Like, why would this happen? And if it's a Steam problem, well, wait. It can't just be a Steam problem, because then why would it work for Xyletics? So let's just collect all the facts so far. So on this flavor of Linux, Steam tries to use Scala Seller. Godot tries to use local share. But for Oxygen not included, they have the same UFS setup. Where's that? Here. Where's UFS? Yeah, here it is. And they set theirs to... Oh, interesting. They put in the Steam ID there. Does that mean Oxygen not included is only on Steam? Can you buy this somewhere else? This is their site, so they probably have the store pages here. Available on Epic. No, it's on Epic too. Okay. They probably just do something custom then. Yeah, gotcha. Understood. Jill, thanks again for the raid, and hope you have a good day. Do you confirm works for others on the Steam Deck outside of Adam? I don't think we did. But it's working for Xyletics with, yeah, on the same setup where it's broken for Skeleseller. What other parts could there even be here? It's Godot chooses a location and then Steam chooses a location. And Steam's creating the wrong one. So it'd point to my Steam setup being wrong. But then I have the same setup that this game has, right? I mean, they're using Win My Documents, but Linux Home. In fact, can't we even compare this against Skeleseller? Yeah, let's just put them side by side. Let's get it from the beginning here. Yeah, there. Okay, so the number doesn't matter. The root only matters, and then it needs to match what the root was for both of us, which should be the same. Then Linux and equals and Linux home. Then the path. And then the replace path. They use .config. I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's some important thing here. Maybe on these machines, .local. I mean, Blub said no symlinks, though. But yeah, maybe there's some special handling of .local somehow. I just don't know how. Oh, hey, Steam loaded up. Okay, I'm going to run the demo. In fact, we can even stream it from here. Not that it makes any difference. Wait, no, we can't? Maybe. Yeah, that's weird. Oh, am I on a different account? No? Huh, strange. All right, I don't know why streaming isn't working, but I don't need to stream it. I'll just play it locally. Oh, it's not installed. Well, now it will be. Ah, now it shows up here. Stream from Chromebook. Downloading is at 23%. Okay, I just gotta wait for this. Oh, this is so bad. Hey, Mannequin. Local share is supposed to be the standard. No, it is supposed to be standard. I don't know why this doesn't work. All right, I'm running it from my Chromebook, which is why that shows connect right now. And Steam should be trying to save into this folder. I don't think it is. Huh, I think this repro is for me on my Chromebook. Let me just make sure. Linux files. No, there's no Skeleseller folder. What's going on? Share, Skeleseller, save data. That's weird. Here you go. Where is it supposed to be? Local, share, Skeleseller, save data, synchronize. I don't have that. Is Steam Cloud not on? It says up to date. What? What's going on? Do I have Steam Cloud logs? I don't. It must be saving somewhere else. Yeah, I don't know where it would be though. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just going to search for Skeleseller on my file system and see what shows up. Nothing from today. Okay, let's search for save.json. I've got to have higher velocity if I'm gonna actually fix issues. I'm just so stuck on this. Yeah, it's not showing up for me. It's like it didn't even try saving, but then why does Steam say... Actually, you know what we could do is just go back to that page. Yeah, here. It says it saved it at 5:45 p.m. yesterday. Then why does it show that I don't know what's going on. Is this the right app? Yeah, this is the release version, which should be the same as if I did the demo version, right? Demo, PDF. Why is it not showing up? Oh, because I'm in the wrong thing. Yeah, it's the same. Hey, Sorrow, rise and grind. Gotta hustle. I'm on the same account. Yeah, I'm on the same account. I just don't get... It says up to date on Steam Cloud. Maybe I can browse local files. Where's this saving? Browse local files definitely does not work. There's some weird like emulation layer or something here. I don't know what's going on. Where does it think it's saving? Where do you even customize this? I don't know. I don't know where to do this. Steam change install location. Should be in the settings somewhere, right? Open Steam, navigate to storage. Ah, there it is. Ah, yeah, it's a mount. Aha. So how do I get to this? I don't know how you do that on here. Yeah, I don't know how you get to that. All right, I'm gonna try something here. Okay, never mind. I figured it out. All right, now what? Slash stateful? There's no stateful directory. External? Huh. Yeah, I don't see anything in here. Okay, well, I give up. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Saving it somewhere, and I can't seem to find out where. Chromebook Steam save location. How do I access local files for Steam? You can VSH into the Borealis VM to access all of your files. What? What? Is this like a virtual shell or something? VSH? When is this from? 2023? I mean, I'm assuming I'm supposed to use Penguin for this at this point. But, yeah. I don't know. Okay, well, what do we do? I have no insight into this problem. The only thing I could potentially see is, yeah, the only difference is that they use .config. I don't know why that could ever fix this. Oh, man. Or maybe that's the issue here? Wait, yeah. They just have a replace part here with .config. Did I mess this up? It's entirely possible I did. Replace with .local. Oh, maybe this is how SteamDB renders this with a home directory. Because I think I did this according to their documentation correctly. which is right here. They have a picture. They type .config in there. Hang on one second. My wife is calling. Hang on one second. Okay, I was terrified because I told her before she left, I'm streaming. And the first question she asked me is, are you streaming? Set up a Linux VM for this and come back to it later. Well, I want to take another quick look at this and just make sure I didn't mess something up over here. Steam Cloud. Yeah, I have this typed out pretty much the same way that they do. It seems to be .local.share/Steam. I mean, I could open this up and try it. No, it's not there. Yeah, I don't know where it is. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. All right. Set up a Linux VM and come back to this later. The thing is, if I'm on a Linux VM, I don't know what I'm gonna even find out. Because you and Atomic and Xyletics have all helped out. Oh, I said I'd give out points and I didn't. Let me give out the points. What would I do if I had access to a VM right now? Yeah, what would even be my next step? I guess I'd maybe try using .config and seeing if that somehow worked. So maybe the next step is to try this. And wait, why would that? No. Godot isn't going to save there, though. Also, I need to change where Godot saves if I did this. All right, I don't want to just leave this, but I don't know what to do. Does anyone... Yeah, I'll just leave this for now. Man. Yeah, man. I don't know. I don't know what to do about that. All right, well, let's put a link to this thing over here. All right, so panel hotkey doesn't work. I'm pretty sure this was fixed. God, it feels bad to leave this problem. Because all I'm doing is deferring it until later. People don't have this issue with other games. Yeah, whatever. I said I'd stop working on it. I should stop working on it. All right, so all we need to do for this is just press X, and if it opens... Oh, wait, I changed it to 3, didn't I? Neither one of those is working. I changed it to period. Okay, never mind. Yeah, that's working now. That's broken. You can press this before you've gotten perks in the game? I thought we fixed this a while ago. Did you make this map yourself by hand? So this is just a bunch of tiles, but Darkstorm made most of this map. Only games that seem to be putting saves there are Godot games. Yeah, but still, it's working on the Steam Deck. It's not working elsewhere. If you were searching for a file, could you add a file system watcher in C# and you'd get an event when a file is created? I missed exactly what you're working on. So just to sum up that issue, it was this. Blub said that Steam is trying to like cloud save to and from this directory. Godot is trying to save/load from this directory. So Godot is doing the right thing. It's saving to the location it should be saving to. Steam is trying to pull from a different directory for some reason. I don't know why. Because our configuration has... Hang on, I'm trying to find this. View raw settings, UFS. Yeah, our configuration is this, which is take the Windows directory and just replace it with Linux home and then .local.share. So why is it not doing that? Hang on, did I miss something else here? Sorry, I know I said I'd be done with this, but let me just see really fast. Local load default company. Yeah, I don't see a problem. I don't see a problem. All right, so if you try opening the panel too soon in the game, it opens it to the perks tab. It just shouldn't open to the perks tab. If you ever open, oh no, it'll never do this in the real game. Because in order for you to have gotten to here, you would have needed to go through the tutorial, which would have caused you to open the battle map. And if you open the battle map and then press that button, it'll open the battle map. Yeah, so this is not a problem. I see Skelos, LR, Celeste, Terraria, the end is nigh. Yeah, it's not working for people who are on a very particular setup. But I don't know why. Oxygen not included. Okay, yeah. So facts. Where is this? Yeah, so let me get everyone's details here. Blob was talking about this. Dialectics was talking about this. And Atomic Man. Whoops, I messed that up. Talking about where I'm on Linux 2, CacheOS, yeah. Not just a year you can create a game and release it. What are you talking about, still Solo? Is it on the Steam Deck? No, it's not on the Steam Deck. So it's some CacheOS thing. Man, what is this even? I just don't get it. What would be special about the home directory there? I don't know. All right, let's not worry about this. So I don't think this is a problem. This is definitely a problem. This is the kind of thing I can definitely solve. So the garbage slime has seek food cooldown set to 0 by default. So I think we can just set it to infinite. Yeah. Where is it? Auto E cooldown equals double dot infinite. Auto E from warehouse is different, right? This presumably works the correct way. Try eating from warehouse. Yeah, I think this is fine. Love is on NixOS. Yeah. But also CacheOS. But I think at least it's not working on CacheOS for everyone. Which one is it not working for you on, Xyletics? Most games will be running in Proton, which will save within the downloaded apps data. Yeah. Yeah. But I think it's working fine on the Steam Deck. You haven't tested it. Oh, I see. Oh, do you mind testing on just the Skeleseller demo and seeing... it doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I should write that down, though, for this. Need to find Linux native games. No. Don't worry about it. Yeah, don't worry about it. Okay, so this should just work. Let's go try it. All I need to do is set this thing to infinity. So I start a new game and then get the garbage slime and then let a bunch of items disappear. So it shouldn't need any of these. Good. Then we save and load, and the same thing should happen there, right? Grant a bunch of items, let this run. And it doesn't need any of them. Okay, great. Now we put one level of this. Now it should eat one item. Good. And then I save and load, and it should still eat one item. Didn't eat any. That's what I was worried about. So then loading from a save file doesn't do this correctly. Because we load before we set the ability level. Where do we do abilities? Happy to test and troubleshoot after my or your normal work hours if you'd want. Yeah, thank you. I'll write that down too. I still don't know what to do. So like I don't have any hunches. I don't have any ideas. Did I try agentic coding on your game? I did it for one thing. I did it for the metrics server, and it worked great for that. All it was supposed to be is a server that takes JSON and saves to a database. And it probably saved me like 2 or 3 hours is my guess. So yeah, I think it was great for that. But that's really all I've used it for in terms of agentic coding. At least as far as I can remember. I might have tried on some other stuff and just, yeah, I don't know. All right, so where's this happening? Ability, set all abilities. To set all abilities. That's it. It's not changing a level. So when you load, I guess what we could do is we could check to see, do you have this ability? And if so, then set the cooldown to 0. I think that's what we used to do. And that seems reasonable enough. Yeah. If town, is the town on here? Town.player abilities I has unlocked auto eat cooldown equals get it. I don't want to set this to full. I just want to set this to 0. Has unlocked just checks if the level's greater than... No, it doesn't. But we have get level of ability. I mean, it's probably the same thing. Yeah. Okay, let's go try that again. So now when I load from the save file, it should be ready to eat an item immediately. Although you can't load from a save file and have an item that's about to disappear, so it'll never matter. We could just set it to 20 and it'd still be fine. But it should eat one of these items. Good. Okay, now if I were to set this to 0, now it should eat all of the items. And if I save and load, it should do that same thing. Yeah, good. Cool. Problem solved. Fix, seek food. It was always acting as though you had maxed out this skill due to a refactoring I did earlier that changed the semantics. Is there a set auto eat cooldown thing? There is. I don't really care. Okay. Fixed that. All right, let's put this merge thing down at the bottom of this list. So we have some other things we need to work on first. Steam Deck bug, repro. Using only the virtual cursor, open the settings, change the master volume to something different, then save and quit. It won't make a modification. Just because it doesn't seem to be letting go of the volume slider. Does this repro on my Mac? This is still open, right? Yeah. Okay. So plug this in. We go to the settings menu. Why did that like lag everything for a second? Huh. All right, we go to the settings menu and then we drag master volume to the side. And then save. Do you hear anything right now? Why do I not hear anything? Uh-oh. Hold on a second. Yeah, uh-oh. Is it playing now for me? Oh, there we go. I can hear now. Okay, so now I quit. And now we go look at local settings. It's not even in here. It's in... I don't have a synchronized settings folder anyway. I'm going to remove that. Synchronized settings. February 10th. That's before I made that change. All right, so what's someone called? Local? Local settings. Master volume set to the wrong number. Oh, man. Okay, it might be because I used the mouse after that. It probably is. Because I don't remember what I did. But let me try the actual repro that we have. So right now, master volume is 63%. We're going to set it down to 0. And then I hit save. And it should not have saved, as far as I know. It did save. Is this just a problem on the Steam Deck? Open settings, change the master volume to be something different than save and quit. It won't actually make a modification. Or maybe this is fixed in version 4.6. Do I have 4.6 on my Steam Deck? Didn't I put it there? I think I put it there. Yeah. Really clocking in overtime? Yeah, I know. I am trying to be careful about this to make sure I don't mess everything up by just working too much. But so far it's been fine, I think. Yeah, welcome back, method. There are 5 terminal windows open. Do you still want to close these? Close window. Okay, return to gaming mode. So, going back to gaming mode over here. What's showing on my screen? Yeah. And I need to do this from the controller, but it doesn't need to be... Like, I could launch it through here. This one? Yeah, this one. All right, so let's launch. So now you can see what I'm doing here. I'm going to control it through the Steam Deck. So all we need to do is open this, change it to 100%, save and quit. Now we open it again, and it's probably not going to be at 100%. Or maybe it is now. Maybe the bug's just fixed. Sounds loud. No, it's not loud. Yeah, so it didn't save. So this bug is not fixed. But why is this only happening on the Steam Deck? And if I use the mouse, it works, right? If I just drag this here and hit save. And now we launch it again. It's going to be at a high volume. Yeah. So it's just when I drag a slider on the Steam Deck for some reason. Very strange. Why would that not happen over on here? What's the difference? Because if I can repro it here, that'd be a lot easier for me to test this out. I do the exact same thing, right? I click this. I mean, I could click this multiple times. It shouldn't matter. So I set it to like 30%. And then I quit. Maybe I set it to 18%. I don't know. It was higher than like 0.3 or 0.03. Oh, wait a second though. This might be because I have Steam open. Does that make sense? It might. I don't know. I'm gonna quit Steam. Let's see if this had anything to do with this. Did it go smoothly yesterday? Yeah, pretty smoothly, I think. And hey again, DJ. All right, so Steam is closed now, which is not what's happening on the Steam Deck. But I have a potential reason why this might make sense. No, that worked. Okay, I don't know. It's just a Steam Deck problem. So we got to fix it on the Steam Deck then. What's different between the Steam Deck and this? The only thing I can think of is that the click button is analog over there. And that we may be running with Steam's like input emulation mode or whatever. Is there anything else? One other thing we should probably try. Let's launch Steam again. What happens if I do all that same stuff but through the mouse? I think it works, right? Because maybe this is broken on Steam Deck and I'm being a dummy. Library, Steam Deck testing, Steam Deck. Okay, so it's loud right now. We click this, we set it down to 0, save, quit. And now it should be muted. Did I test with my controller on Mac? Yeah, that's what I've just been testing with. Because I think this is just a virtual cursor problem. Yeah, now we have no audio. So yeah, when I do it through the mouse, it's fine. When I do it through the virtual cursor, it's not fine. The thing is, it is changing it even with the virtual cursor when I do this. It just doesn't save to a file. So how is that possible? Let's find that out first. Local settings, saver, volume. Set volume value is done here. Value changed sets the volume with false as save and drag ended. So drag ended is not being hit, but only on the Steam Deck. Not be getting hit, but this is only on the Steam Deck with the virtual cursor. All right, how do we send a mouse click? Synthesize mouse pressed event. Maybe it's got to be like a drag event. Huh. Yeah, possibly. Because it doesn't know that we've dragged and let go. That's probably what's happening. Oh, that's not good. I don't know what to test. Yeah, ABC, thanks for looking at that. So SteamOS is doing something and every other flavor of Linux is broken. Yeah, I don't know what to do about that either. I'm actually not positive. I mean, Blub asked us earlier. I think it was Blub, which is, did anyone else try the demo on Steam Deck? Is it saving correctly for them? And I guess all you need to do for this is just open the demo, save the game, close the demo, and then look at this page. I'll just type this into chat if anyone does have a Steam Deck, because it works on my Steam Deck. Which I assume means it works on everyone's Steam Deck. Because the Steam Deck should pretty much be uniform in that way. It's like the same Linux on all of them. All right. Yeah, so this must be the issue. We don't have drag ended. And we only use it for sliders. No, we use it for the dialogue too. Is this ever being hit, I wonder? OS version different? It could be that, but... Well, if you mean on the Steam Deck, it could be that. But I think everyone will probably just have it working on the Steam Deck. I'm not totally sure, though. So is drag ended working everywhere else? there an easy way for me to test this? I really got to get to that. I got to get that extension that lets me just put stuff on the Steam Deck. Alternatively, I could load up my development environment on the Steam Deck and try something there. But I need to do this through the virtual cursor system that we have here. Why would it work on Mac if that's the case? Why would this work on Mac? Maybe drag ended is being hit, but there's some other problem. How would I print something obvious here? We need to open up game settings menu and add some kind of like output label. Let's put it right under there because I'm dragging that. So let's find this. This is music interval controls. Then we're going to add right beneath here a new label. Rich text label. Actually, just a label's fine. I want to move this. Perfect. Somewhere there. And output goes here. And we set auto wrap to word smart. And why is this an exclamation mark? Labels with auto wrapping must have a custom minimum size. It doesn't really matter if auto wrapping's on or off. I'm just going to print some like basic thing here. So let's just set it to off. So we'll call this output. And then game settings menu will fetch that. Label, output, label. Should know how to change the rest of that. Good. It's called output, right? Yeah. All right, so when drag ended is hit, we're going to print out plus equal. We got to trim this down a lot. Volume slider ID value. No, val equals. And did change. Let's print that out afterward. Okay, let's try it. Hey, Mr. Evil Rex. 7 days of procrastinating. Hey, Bye Puff. Xyletics is trying it. It's okay. I think only one person probably needs to test it. You make it play a sound effect at full volume every time the settings save? Yeah, although I think using this thing is probably good enough. Oh, whoops. It still has output goes here. How did I... Oh, because I put a plus equals. Okay, that's why we test these things. Yeah. So I'm going to do this with the virtual cursor. I'm using my controller right now. Knocking stuff off my desk. Whoops. I want to go over to here. And if I just click, that's fine. If I drag, it's also working. I mean, I guess we knew it was always working. Yeah, it's working just fine over here. And now we can test with some other slider if we want. Okay, well, it's working there. So we got to get this on the Steam Deck so we can try over there. I'm just going to do this a sucky, slow way. Get stash pop. Yeah. How do we run the release tool from the command line? Here. I want to do it through there. Title. Oh, wait, no, not yet. Title release. Steam Cloud unable to sync. Really? Oh, man. What does true and false mean? If the value changed. So when I just click it without dragging it, it's going to say false. So then this potentially doesn't work for me. How does that make sense? Maybe this never worked for me. How could I have broken it everywhere? Oh, man. I mean, by the way, this is after loading the game's analytics. Is it the save button? I don't know. We're going to find out, hopefully. I got to run this thing, though, so engage privacy mode. Yeah, give me a sec. I got to get my credentials. So I have to run this command. This must be because I logged in on my Chromebook. Yeah, I'm not sure. Logging in. This is protected by SteamGuard. We got to go load up SteamGuard. Approve. Played until I created the potion shop. Saved. Closing it. Gotcha. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Why is there a little hole? That's my screen over there. I mean, now you can see the whole thing. Hey, Cromlock. All right, here we go. Then I got to go find builds. Okay. All right, so we're waiting for this to be done. I mean, this doesn't take super long. It's probably like a minute every time. But I think this will be revealing. I don't think it's going to update the label at all, which means drag ended is not being hit. And then we need to figure out why it's being hit with a virtual cursor on Mac, but not on Linux. And that does not sound fun. Yeah, that doesn't sound fun. Okay, let's go load it up. Could be different APIs on machines, but it's code that I wrote, so it should be the same stuff, unless, yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know why it'd be different. Did I press this button a second time? I don't think I did. Hey, Kappa. Oh, whoops. I just used the mouse. I don't know if that matters. But yeah, we're going to go try to drag this over here. Wait a second. What? It just doesn't think the value changed? Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. That's weird, but it's not bad. Did value change? Huh. Interesting. Yeah. Very interesting. So when I use the mouse, it thinks the value changes. But when I use the virtual mouse, it's always false. Oh my God, you know what it is? Oh, hang on a second. Let me try this. I think I can trick this. I think it's gonna be very hard to do. Hang on. It's very incredibly hard. I don't even know if my theory is sound, so maybe I'm trying this for no reason. Oh man. No, I probably can't. I'm trying to. So this is an analog button. So the more I press it down, the more of a signal it's sending, basically. And I have this coded wrong right now. Yeah, we're right there. I think it worked. Yeah, but it's just so hard. Like I have to get the same number of millimeters every time. I can't do it. Yeah, but I think this is the problem. I have analog buttons coded stupidly, so it's probably triggering like 4 events and then collapsing them and then saying it didn't change. Yeah, I can't get the exact pressure right. Oh man, I'm pretty sure I saw a true in there. It flipped for less than a second. Yeah. Okay, so how do we fix that problem then? Also, this is crazy. What a crazy thing. Are there any analog buttons on a Pro controller? That's not analog, is it? I don't care what this is. Just quit. Switch, Pro controller, analog buttons. They're all digital. I guess we'd have to use a stick if we want an analog button. Switch 2 controllers don't have analog triggers. Yeah, okay. What was the reason for this, by the way? Yeah, okay. Well, fine. Anyway, so I got to deal with having an analog button, which I haven't really thought about this problem too much, and I don't really want to think about the problem too much. So I just Google what other people did. Godot handle analog button press. Best way to handle analog and digital controls. Handling input with analog stick. Because what's happening right now is I have some like quadruple triggering going on. So yeah, let me write this down before I forget. So yeah, the problem is very likely that the quadruple click thing due to having an analog trigger. I think if I fix that, this will get fixed. I logged whether did value, I logged did value change. And it was always false. So if we do fix that, then we don't have to do anything here either, which is pretty nice. So yeah, how do you use analog buttons? That's what I want to figure out. There's pressed and pressure. We could just consider it to be pressed if the pressure is greater than a certain amount and it hasn't already triggered. Sunky, I could over the font thing yesterday. The font thing was, man, I went and told my wife about that. I felt like a detective. For those who didn't see yesterday, I'll show this off very briefly. Although it was quite the trip to learn this because I didn't even know what the problem was. So Ski shared an image where like the letter W had some like vertical spike coming off the top of it. And it turned out the problem, I don't have the old font, so I can't exactly show this. Well, I guess if I'm not going to show it, I guess it doesn't really matter. I can show it in my notes. Where did I put that? Yeah, here. So the problem was when I zoomed in on a curve of the font, so like this is the bottom of a W or something like that. It should just be a curve, but there was this divot in here. Actually, this is that part of the W, I think. Yeah. So then this little spike would get magnified into a very large vertical spike. And this zoom level is 45,000%. So you have to like really zoom in to see this thing. So a human's not going to notice it, but a computer will, and then a computer will exaggerate it. Okay, what are we doing here? So how do we even handle things right now when it comes to pressing things? It's all in virtual cursor, isn't it? Yeah, it's just is action pressed or released? How do we handle... Oh, there's echo. It's false by default, though. What's exact match? No, I don't want that. That's going to keep me up at night now. I don't know how to do this. I also don't have another analog controller. I mean, if we just think about that, okay, fine, I'll put some thought into this. So the issue is that the button isn't just pressed or not pressed. It's some level of pressed from 0 to 1. So we need to decide what we consider a single press to be. And it's probably like when at 0, set a flag, like can be pressed equals true. Then when greater than some threshold, set like emit a pressed event. Only if can be pressed is true, then set can be pressed to false. And that's it. Those are the 2 rules. Use Steam Deck as a controller to test. Oh, you can do that? Really? Go into desktop mode, open system settings, click change password. The way we could test this, I guess, is to just use the analog stick as though it's a button. But there's another problem here, which is that you can't currently change what the virtual click is, but there's no guarantee that it's an analog or digital button. And this could technically happen on every action you ever do, which is very annoying. Oh man, can I just like treat them as digital buttons somehow? Is there like some Steam Deck setting for that? Steam Deck. Well, I need to do it for every controller though, right? Yeah, so this is the logic we do for one of these. This is easy enough to code. I just got to figure out a better way to do this. How to treat analog buttons as digital. The issue is that we can reassign keybinds, and they may be using any kind of controller. So everywhere in the game that handles button presses needs this logic. And maybe Godot knew that and they had some better way of handling this stuff. I don't know. Are there input settings for this? Because that sure would be great. Pointing. Compatibility. Sensors. I don't see anything there. Is it in each individual thing? Like, can we customize this somehow? Device. Strength is greater than 0, then it's true pressed. Yeah, but I need this on every button that we ever handle. And that's the thing that I think is going to be annoying. Like here, what we can do. So here's how I'd probably code this. We'd probably have some like private bool. This is pretty much what I typed out earlier. Can be pressed. And by default, it is true. And then what we do here is we like check the strength. So if I'm going to just say like in pressure on button equals, you know, whatever, get pressure. This doesn't actually exist. I don't know what you'd do for this. But imagine we did this for, yeah, cursor click. And then we say if pressure is greater than 0.5, this would be a float. If it's greater than 0.5 and can be pressed, then we consider it to be a press. Send click, and then can be pressed equals false. And then else if pressure is 0, then can be pressed is true. So this is probably what we do to code this. And then, yeah, we need this to work for everything though. And that's what I want to figure out. Is there some way that was built in for this? Analog buttons. Supports hundreds of controller models out of the box. I just want to find out what they say about analog. We have 2 axes. You want both axes to behave as a single input. Use get vector. We have 1 axis that can go both ways, like a throttle on a flight stick. You want to handle them separately. Use get axis. For other types of analog inputs, such as handling a trigger or handling one direction at a time, use get action strength. Okay, let's try that out. And this returns what exactly? A float? All right, so that's the button pressure that I was talking about. But I have no way of... What's raw strength versus strength? What is this? Returns a value between 0 and 1 representing intensity of given action. In the joypad, further away the axis, like analog sticks or L2, R2 triggers from the dead zone, the closer the value will be to 1. Yeah, good. Okay, if the action is mapped to a control that has no axis, such as a keyboard, it'll always be 0, 1. Okay, yeah, so we just use this pretty much everywhere. What am I learning? Well, I'm making a game. Oh, I should take a break. I'm making a game called Skeleseller. Maybe I'll skip this one this time around and take it in some amount of time because the ad already started. But what we're learning about is how to handle analog buttons. But yeah, the branding of the channel is a little bit weird given that I mostly just do game dev. Exact matches false. Okay, so this sounds fine, but what does raw strength do? Returns the value between 0 and 1 representing raw intensity, ignoring the action's dead zone. I don't think I want this. Don't skip breaks. I'm just going to skip it at this specific moment. But take it again in a little bit. Which I guess sounds like I'm skipping it, but I'm just changing the timing of it. Especially since I'm going long on some of these days. is to get action strength of cursor click. I'm guessing this is going to fix this completely. So that's the strength of it. If the pressure is greater than 0.5. So I don't know what that feels like on the controller. And every controller is probably going to be a little bit different. I guess pressing it any of the way down is probably good. So maybe we set this a little bit lower, like 0.2. So that's you pressing it, in which case we put this here. Then if it was pressed, was pressed equals true. I guess was pressed is always going to be the opposite of can be pressed. Yeah, also we're going to do this every single frame all the time, even though you didn't even press the button. Maybe we put this inside the is action pressed thing then. Yeah, releasing it is always going to be if this is 0, right? So yeah, we probably can do that. Okay, let's get rid of this. Let's put this over here. And then, yeah, that's pretty much it, right? Pressure on button. We don't even need this here, right? We just set this down here. We already have is mouse held. I guess that could also just be done, but yeah, let's try that. Hey, Bojo. Long time no see. Whenever someone types that, I always take a look. You were last here on January 15th of 2025. It's been a whole year. Welcome back. All right, we are going to test this out. We're also going to plug in the Steam Deck because I'm losing battery. Okay, so if I were to try this here, it should work normally because this is just an analog or a digital button. So if I drag these things, everything's fine, right? Yeah. Okay, so that hasn't changed. But now I can push this to the Steam Deck and it should hopefully work. So yeah, we just got to run this. This is crazy. Crazy. And I'm going to cut this out for right now. There's some upload tools thing that's asking if I want to upload to Steam. Ask to upload to Steam. If confirmation, yeah, so just delete this. There, now it just uploads immediately. Managed to watch you a lot back in the Botland days, yeah. Yeah, well, we're getting close to launching Skeleseller. We're fixing as many bugs as possible. And this one's kind of a doozy. We got to do this for every trigger button in the game, which is like every action everywhere, to make some special code for this. Then life happened. Are you back to watching stuff on Twitch? I'm not asking selfishly. I'm just honestly curious. Okay, build is online. Now we click this. Sorry, what was that? Are you back to watching Twitch like regularly? Or is this just a one-off to check in on some streamers? And I'm just curious. There's no, no ulterior motive. All right, here we go. Can we click stuff? Yes. Can we drag stuff? Yes. Wait a second. So how does this work? If I let go now, but just a little bit. Yeah. There's quite the dead zone on this button. So I have that set to 20%. You probably can't see this no matter what I do, but because I had to like really zoom in on my finger. But as I press this down, so like my finger is pressing down a little bit now, and now a little bit more and a little bit more. I'm going very slowly, and that is apparently the 20% point. So there's like a tiny bit of movement that actually would work here. I mean, yeah, this seems like it's functioning. But now I'm kind of curious, what is that pressure value that I'm applying? Let's get this from inside that label. Or put this somewhere else. Do we have any other text on that screen? You used to play piano. Probably could be. Hey, Phil. Phil V. We have the output label, but currently it's being used for this thing. I could just make another output label. Yeah, let's do that. So this one, oh, that didn't work. This one is called output 2. And good. And now in process, we want to do this. We don't have a process. Let's add one. So in here, all we're going to do is set output 2 dot text equal to the strength of this. What I call output label? What just happened? Okay, and we want that as a percentage, I guess. So $, quote this, colon P0. Steam lets you configure all of the dead zones and everything. So maybe it's a hardware, not a hardware thing, but like a, I don't know. All right, so yeah, on here it's going to be 0 or 100% all the time because there's no, it's just digital. It's either on or it's off. But if I put this on the Steam Deck, we should see this. If the Xbox app is active in Xbox full screen experience on a Windows handheld, the virtual cursor doesn't show up. Closing the app causes it to show up. Oh, thank you. Okay, yeah, that's great. Because I don't know if I can, I don't know how much of this I can do something about. And it's probably easy enough to be like, hey, are you struggling with this? Here's the solution. Just close Xbox, whatever it's called. Xbox app. Yeah. I think the reason they do this is because they add their own mouse emulation, which is probably desirable for most games that use a mouse, because then they just work magically. You could probably turn that feature off for specific games, is my guess. But I don't know if that's true. And if you know if it's true, please do tell me, because that would probably be good to tell other people in the future. All right, we'll put this back online. Go. There we go. Okay, so now we should be able to try the new version. And now we'll see a percentage of how much I'm pressing this key down. And my guess is that there's some like powerful dead zoning happening. How do we see that? Settings, maybe? Controller. Calibration and advanced settings. Left joystick dead zone. There's just joystick dead zones? There's no dead zone on the buttons? Hang on, I know you can't see this yet. Oh no, even in Steam's own test, they have a UI here. Take a look at this. So this is gonna be a little bit awkward. I don't know how much of this you can see, but if I physically, here, I'll keep my finger in the shot too. If I physically press my finger down, one of those values on the screen probably just changed, but it doesn't change as soon as I move the plastic of the button. It's only once it gets far enough down. And the far enough is probably like 2 millimeters, maybe. Yeah. All right, hold B to exit. All right, let's try this out. So stream. I think you can configure them. I didn't see a thing for it, but yeah, you might be able to. All right, so we go over to here. And I just press down the key. So I had it set to 20%, which is, yeah, kind of far down here. Yeah, I can register the whole range. Honestly, I think if it's even just greater than 0%, we consider it to be a press. Because I don't think you should have to press down the entire button. Maybe more than like 5%. What about broken buttons? I mean, that's a whole other can of worms. Yeah, I think 5% is probably a good amount to set this to. But anything greater than 0 could also be good. So this will work to drag until I let go. This is so hard to do. I have to keep my finger at a very specific position and then slowly move this. Okay, now it's let go, right? No, it hasn't, because it's not until it hits 0. Ah, right, because that's how I coded it. So when I do hit 0, then it stops. Yeah. Okay. Adjust the speed based on press percent. That's not what we're trying to do here, though. Just to be clear, what we're trying to do is treat an analog button like a digital button, just so that we don't get multiple clicks out of one of these things. So yeah, I think based on this, I think we should set this to like 5%. So this is good code for one button. Now, how do we make this work for every single potential button? I guess we could just change it in one other spot and then see what it feels like, but that seems kind of silly. We probably want some kind of like input handler or controller or analog interface. Yeah, that's probably what we do. So let me think of how that would work. We only have so many inputs. And it's every time we do is action pressed. Is there any other way that we ever do this? Because technically all of them potentially need the same treatment. I guess we can just go into all the strings that we have here. Yeah, here are all of the input names. So debug doesn't matter, but cancel might matter. So yeah, let's just search for all these things. What do we do? Is action pressed, is pressed, is pressed, is pressed, is pressed, is pressed. Yep, 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 yep. Okay, all those are is pressed. Why do you even need to make this conversion? So what's happening here is imagine a button like this. This is a joystick, right? If you tilt it to a particular direction, it's not just all the way left or all the way right. You're moving it a little bit at a time. So it might be like 10% to the right or 10% to the left. With this button, it's kind of like a rectangle popping out of the controller. I'm not going to try to draw this. You can press this into the controller by an analog amount. So it's not just like you actuate the button or not. It's you can press it down farther and farther. As you press it down, you need to at some point consider this to be like I have now clicked this thing or I have not clicked this thing. So what was happening before is we just checked to see, did you press it? So at any individual actuation point in here, like when you press it to 20%, we trigger a click and we're like, oh, yep, you did it. And then you get down to 30% because you press it a little bit further because that's just how your finger works. And we're like, oh, you clicked it again. Oh, nice. Okay, we'll send another click. And we sent, multiple clicks for one of these. Yeah, so we're doing this to deduplicate clicks. Also, please do try not to segment your messages. Can you have a haptics click on deck when you hit that point for feedback? Yeah, actually, probably. I didn't even think about adding something like that. I don't know how we do haptics in Godot, but that's a polished thing we could potentially add. Oh, come on. When using the virtual cursor on Steam Deck, consider haptic feedback for clicking. Okay, so I wanted to copy paste. Where did I do this? Oh no, first I wanted to see we're using is action pressed everywhere. Right, so to do, see if we're only ever using is action pressed, then genericize the single location where I did this. and then change every action to use the generic way. And write a big comment about this stuff. And maybe some notes. All right, what am I doing now? So I'm going to go look through everything else. Yeah, UI accept. Is action pressed? Cool. Yep. We got to go through all of these. No cutting corners here. So that's is action pressed. These are all stored over here. Which means that the keybind manager needs to check this somewhere. Input event. I don't know where that happens. Keybind. Menu. Oh, wait, what's that? Pressed is pressed. Event. Remap state.value.event. So we set this, then update based on this. We need to know that you actually pressed the key. All right, so test in key bindings. Can you remap any control to an analog button and have it work? A lot of CPU cycles will be wasted. I mean, not really. If you even look at this code that we have here, where is it? Put in virtual cursor. Yeah, so when we get an input, we check to see is it pressed at all, and then we get the pressure on it. So if you're not pressing any buttons, nothing extra is going to be done. If you are pressing a button, we're going to get one floating point number from it. So that's the only real addition here. And everything that we genericize is probably going to be in a dictionary anyway, so it's going to be constant time lookup. So yeah, it's going to take a little bit of extra memory, and this is some impact to CPU time, but it's not going to be crazy. Hey, Pilot. Welcome in. Dumb question because I'm just joining the conversation, but can you use the key up instead? You can, but it all depends on when do you want an action to happen. So for example, when I click, I'm going to press my mouse down, and you see it already switched tabs. I haven't let go of the mouse button. So like we wanted this to happen on mouse down, and on mouse up, we would do something else. So if you're okay with it happening on the up action, then yes, you could do that. But if you want something to happen on the down action, and sometimes you do in games, then you wouldn't want to do that. So as an example, dragging would be impossible if you only ever tracked mouse up, because you'd never track mouse down. Yeah, this is like for grabbing items. Yeah. It's for everything in the game, actually, just to be clear. Like the virtual cursor is, imagine I'm moving my mouse right now. If I want to select text, which that's like moving an item in the game, I need to use the virtual cursor for that. If I want to click something like a button, you know, like this up here, I use the virtual cursor for that. So yeah. All right. So what was I just doing? Oh yeah. I should definitely take a break after this. Yeah. I don't know how many of these I even got through. Oh, the keybind manager. Did I write that down? Yeah, I did. Okay. I mean, so far we're fine with all of these, but I do need to make sure it's only ever is action pressed, because I don't know if I want to write a solution that only works in a narrow setting here. This is all good so far. We do need to search for all these other ones. In fact, let's get them like this to make it maybe easier to search for. And some of these are not bindable buttons, like wheel up and wheel down doesn't exist on Steam Deck. So that's fine. You can bind it to that, but that's... Oh, wait a second. Oh, yeah. Steam lets you bind anything to anything else, doesn't it? Oh, God. I don't think people are going to do that. And if they do, I'll just fix it then. So, yeah. That's what we're doing. Okay, now we put periods on all of these things so that I can search for them more easily. And we just do this. Is action pressed? Looks good. Is action pressed? Looks good. In fact, maybe it's better to just do something like RG-C2 and then search for these in here. Get vector. Input.getVector is used in some places. Can we rebind those? All right, that's going to be for all the cursor ones. So we need to search for more of those. And we can just type all these things in. All right, paste. Okay, now we just got to go look through all those. Is action pressed? Is action pressed? Get action strength. This is the one we already did. This is the printout I did for that. Is action pressed? Looks good. Is action pressed? Yep, yep. Yep, 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 yep. I mean, so far, so good. Yeah. Oh, boy. All right, let's keep looking through them. Yep, 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 yep. Yep. Yeah, nice. Every single one of these should be fine. So there are just 2 special cases I think we have. Yeah, that was it. 2 special cases. Okay. Ripgraph mentioned. Ears perked up. Interest peaked. I didn't think games would do different things based on the amount of pressure. I don't have a Steam Deck, but interesting. So there was a game a long time ago. Well, how long ago was this? Anyway, Ikaruga. This was, what, 1998? Really? Really? Released 2001. Okay, well, anyway, I remember this on the GameCube used the triggers for something. What did they use it for? I don't remember now, but I remember this being one of the games that did that. I think it was for shooting your special ability or something. I don't remember. Ruga, GameCube, analog, or like triggers. I'm curious, does this mention anything? Release power homing laser. We fire the homing laser. Huh. They don't talk about it in here. Anyway, there were a bunch of games that did something like this. Even Smash Bros, I think, had some property on your shield depending on how much you held the button down. Did the Wii U have analog triggers? It did not. Huh. And the Switch doesn't, and the Switch 2 apparently doesn't. Yeah. The polling rate of that trigger is 1,000 hertz. And the click gets registered as many times as the FPS. Oh, yeah, but that's something that... Okay, I thought maybe Scorbutica was talking about my code. Godot has to do that either way. But my code's only adding an extra little bit when you actually do press a button. So yeah, maybe you can turn down the polling rate somewhere. I'm not super concerned about that sort of thing. Also, user-based events are less frequent than just like your frame rate running. We pretty much are. I wrote the exceptions down below. All right, so now genericize a single location. This should be pretty interesting, I think. I'm going to take a break before that, but let me just finish reading chat. Is Skeleteller actually using the pressure, or just has to deal with the symptom of it? Yeah, it just has to deal with the symptom of it. Because again, before what would happen is, in fact, I can show this off pretty quickly. Yeah, so take a look at this. Because this was really obnoxious in the game. And there are pretty easy ways around it, I guess, but it's just the kind of thing a player shouldn't have to worry about. So yeah, let's say we continue the game. And we go to... Do I have adventures? I don't have adventures. Can I do this? I can't do that. Can I do this? No? Oh, man. Okay, well, I can just hire all the adventurers, right? I can't unless I beat... Oh, well, anyway, I can still show this off with just 2 of these. Okay, so when you click... It works how you'd expect. I move the rogue, I move the mage, I can move them between parties. When you use the trigger, it would... Wait. Oh, I changed it. I fixed it. Never mind. Well, anyway, what it used to do is it used to select like 4 of them at once. So you'd try clicking an adventurer, and it would pick 4 of them in your battle party, and you'd be like, no, not that one. I need to like remove 3 of them. Can you not use just pressed instead of the conversion? Might be talking nonsense here. I don't know, but there's a reason why you're not supposed to use that, I think. Just pressed. Don't use just pressed from input or unhandled input. It can cause unusual issues like this. So even if that would work, apparently you shouldn't do this. Did they mention analog in here? No. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to take my break now. I'm going to run ads. I know that I apparently ran like 25 minutes ago. And yeah, I'll be back in a little bit. Is it jump time? It's jump time. All right, hello again, everyone. For those who are new to this game, hey, Six String. So you join, and then let me move to the side a little bit here, so you can see this. So 0 is straight up, and positive numbers go to the right, and negative numbers go to the left. So if you type J0, you just jump straight up. If you type J1, you jump very slightly to the right, and like J -10 would be a little bit more drastically to the left. So that's how you play this, and you can use that to try to jump to these platforms. So like right now, I just go straight up, so I can just type J. Then I'd go like a little bit to the side, so maybe J5 to go there. And then again, I want to go to the next platform, so I type J5 again, and then maybe just J like 1 to get up to this platform. You made this? Yeah, I made this a while ago. There's the GitHub repo there. All right, close the game. So now genericize a single location where I did this. So I think we want some sort of like controller analog interface, which we need to use for every single action that we ever do. But we want something like this. So we have it in virtual input. I actually don't want it there. I want it in just like input, I guess. I don't know, maybe we type controllers or something. It's not really a controller thing, is it? I guess it kind of is. All right, let's put it. Maybe gamepad is better because controller is kind of a generic programming term, but gamepad isn't. Yeah, gamepads. I'll do that. Okay, and we'll call this like analog to analog digital interface. Yeah, I'm not super happy about these names. But all right, public class analog digital interface. And we're going to want this code in there. And then we want a namespace. Game source UI gamepad. Cool. Okay, so we've got to know we need a dictionary private. This whole thing could be static, right? Probably. Let's not worry about that for right now. Let's just make a private dictionary. So we need a Godot string name to a bunch of data. Do we need a bunch of data? Our data is just can be pressed. So it can just be bools, I think. So can input be pressed? Yeah, right. I think so. So now we need a function that would have something like. So what's a caller going to do in this? They're instead of calling is action pressed, they're going to call this. So it's going to be like public bool is action pressed. We're going to take in an event. An event is just going to be an input event, event, and then a string name for what we want to check. And now if it's pressed, we need to get the strength of that. And then can be pressed, we're going to replace with can input be pressed. This is going to be a private bool can input be pressed. Sounds good. So if it doesn't contain the key, we're going to do try get value instead. And if it doesn't, then the result must be true. So then return this. Good. Whoops, that's just supposed to be a string name. Action name. Okay, so try get value here. What is wrong with this? Oh, because I typed Godot string name out there. Whoops, yeah. All right, yeah, and this all should have been Godot string name as well, because I'm just being a dummy. Okay. So can input be pressed is what we're going to use over here. Can input be pressed. And then there's going to be another one, void set input was pressed. And this is going to do that. Bool was pressed. Or set input can be pressed. Yeah. All right, now we use those. And this. Come on, AI. Good job. Atomic. All right, so I think we're looking pretty good now. So this stuff should all be deletable. I wonder if you could solve this with input mapping dead zones. I don't think you can. The dead zone is just, it's almost like the opposite of this. A dead zone is when to treat an analog input as though nothing is happening. So that way, if your stick has a tiny bit of drift, then you just still consider it to be like there's no drift. But once you're outside of that dead zone, you'd consider it to be an input. So you could technically, I guess, solve this by setting it to like 0.999999 or whatever. But then you need to rely on the precision of that last, like, once the button clicks, it goes all the way to 1, which it might not do. And that there's no granularity of just before 1 and 1, which is almost impossible to know. I mean, that's just the nature of analog. So yeah, you probably can't. Hey, Smack. Hey, Franken. Is the performance topic finished? Finished-ish, yes. Finished completely, no. There's some big changes I still want to make, but I want to get through some bugs before then. And we got to figure out Steam Cloud at some point too. So can input be pressed? Yeah, sure, make this read only. Now, I think I want all of this to be static. This is the only state that it's saving, and I don't want to have to access this interface from everywhere. So yeah, let's just make the whole thing static. Take care, Atomic. I'll probably see you if you're here in the morning, your time. Still fighting artificial problems? No, fighting real problems now, I think. Whoops, I just want to make this static. And then shouldn't we capitalize that? I actually don't remember how you capitalize private static read-only things. Apparently just like how I'm doing, so that looks fine. So now all of these functions change to static. Static. Good. Are we fine now? Yeah, no red in this file. So now we're gonna go try to use this. Now it's 26. I know, time flies. It's definitely going by fast for me. Definitely. Okay, so here's our code that we had, and this is working. So I want to just save this to a different file so we don't lose it. I'm gonna put this in temp somewhere. Just something like virtual cursor backup.cs. I could also just use the VS Code history feature, but it's nice having a file. So now we're gonna delete that and delete probably all of this stuff. Oh, why is it set to 0.2? I changed that to 0.5, right? 0.5 I meant. So now instead of is action pressed, we do this. And then we synthesize clicks the same way we were before. And then instead of is action released, oh right, we gotta go code that. I never did. All right, what was that supposed to look like? Set can be pressed to true. Nice. Yeah. Okay. Pretty nice. So now this should be the analog digital interface. And we don't need this anymore. And why is this a problem? Oh, because we need the event. And that's it. All right. How do you handle the pressure? He doesn't. No, I convert the pressure to digital and then I set it to 0. And then I have no stress. How I've been handling the pressure. So the serious answer is okay, a few things. One, I have grasped that this is the expectation out of me for the next whatever month, which meant I've like toned down social plans. I've like stopped playing games as much. I've cut out a lot. And then my wife is supporting me more. Hang on, I have to cough. Ooh. So there's some obligations that she's been handling that usually I would do. And I'm generally a pretty productive person in both work and sort of personal stuff. So it's very nice of her to take that stuff on because it's saving me a lot of time. Even something just like playing with a cat, there's a lot of just sort of flow state that I interrupt by doing that because the cat is very regimented. So at 4 o'clock, she needs to be fed and I play with her right afterward usually. And I would typically just do that every day. And that meant that at like 3:30, I'm thinking, okay, I've got to end in half an hour. So it doesn't matter if you're on a roll. It's like the cat needs to be fed. And yeah, I could ignore her for a couple minutes or something, but like I don't want her just meowing in the hallway. How much time do you spend gaming usually? I spend a decent amount of time gaming. I just play the finals now. And I've been playing some Slay the Spire. But yeah, I play for a bit. Yeah. Hard to say how much time exactly because it does vary day to day and with like how I'm feeling. Also, I get ladder anxiety. I don't know how many other people feel this way, but in any sort of competitive game, if I play it too much, I'm like, okay, I won a couple. Like, I'm gonna stop now. I don't wanna feel bad and lose. And I felt that for most competitive games I played, like StarCraft, Smash, the finals. So yeah, it kind of tones down how much I end up playing. On average, it's probably more than 4 to 6 hours a week before I was in launch mode. Because like I'd get done with work and I'd be like, okay, now I want to, well, I play with a cat or something, and I might game. And yeah, it could be for like hours in an evening. It could be for 0 on a given night. It all depends. Is it a trade? She sorts things out in the launch, and then you sort things out in the launch of Slay. So when Slay happens, nothing's getting done in this household. Getting more and more convinced you're a cyborg. It's possible. You don't come back to work for a couple hours in the evening. On most evenings, I don't because of my tenets that I have. I really, really do want to focus on being able to do game dev for a while. The way I've looked at this, and for those who haven't heard me talk about this before, I'll share this again, but I don't want to spend too long on this. So in my mind, I want to do game dev for the rest of my like career, whatever you call that. It's probably not going to be a corporate career. I don't want to get to the point where I'm running like a 40-person company or something like that. I just want to do like indie game dev. And that involves a couple of things. One is money, and two is the mentality behind doing this. Launch is pretty stressful, but there's also a lot of uncertainty along the path of game dev. And even if it's not uncertain and there's no deadline, there's still just a ton of work to do. And you've all seen that play out if you've been here for longer than even like 3 days. Yes, the last few days have been rough in terms of intensity of tasks. But even if you look at like day number 123, whatever I did that day, and I don't remember what it was, but probably I was focusing on some like difficult problem, or yeah, trying to work through something. And unless it was a music day, maybe I was just playing piano. But still, like the playing piano part's easy, but then digitizing all the instrumentation is hard. So yeah, there's challenges at every step of the way. So that's why I don't try to come back to work in the evening, just to close the loop on that, is because I want to make sure I can continue to do this. And I think that if I were to put in extra time, I would be shifting my life so that work takes the bulk of the focus. I wouldn't be focusing on hobbies. I wouldn't be spending as much time with my wife or with friends. And I want to live my life as well. So even though I'm doing what I love to do and I want to continue to do this, I still need a balance to my life. Also, I tend to work at the brink of burnout. So putting in extra hours usually pushes me over that brink. Okay, so we got to change every single is action pressed to now use this. So if I just search for dot is action pressed. Yeah, we have 69 of these I can go fix. Is it great? I lose track of all my things in a project. Is there any book or something for me to learn? I want a project which I understand even after weeks of development. When you say lose track of things, do you mean you forget like which functions you wrote or how you organize things? Because I think in some in some cases, what you need is probably either documentation or like known patterns of coding. And maybe these are design patterns, and maybe they're just, I don't know. I don't know how new to coding you are. On line 122, there's a Godot issue workaround. Is that still valid? 122. Whoops. You can type a minus in here? What does that even mean? Can you do math in here? 20 minus 2? No. Okay. Oh, yes. This is still a thing. I looked into this recently. And I have a note about this in my updating Godot. And it's still written here. So yeah, that is still being tracked. Before you start developing a particular game, do you do the research on the market? I generally don't, because I want there to be some passion involved in the game that I make. And I think if you make a good enough game that like the market can eventually follow. I don't think that's entirely always true. And I think there is still a lot of marketing work you have to do. But in this particular case, it's like idle, incremental sorts of games is a proven market. So at least we know there's some demand. Botland was a lot harder for that, because Botland was a hard sell for the average gamer of like, hey, here's an automation game where you're expected to eventually write scripts. So yeah, that one was more difficult. With that said, we still had like tens of thousands of accounts who played Botland. It's just that there was no barrier to entry for doing that. So yeah, who knows how much money people would have spent if I'd kept developing it. All right, so we got to go through all of these and just change this to analog digital interface. Yeah, what am I typing that's messing this up? And why is this wrong now? Oh, because we need the event. All right, so technically this is what we should be replacing all this with. Let's just do at event dot that. Oh, and a parenthesis. I'm just trying to make this as easy as possible on myself while still validating some of this. Because we can't just do a find and replace. I also need the import here. Why is that there? Huh. That's a little curious. We just literally typed out UI cancel. Did I do that in the intro one too? No, I didn't. Strange. Yeah, that's strange. This should be Godot string names dot UI cancel. It doesn't make a huge difference. It's an extra allocation. Okay, what's this one now? Use action menu. Cool. Yeah, so far this is all going fine. I mean, I wouldn't expect it to not go fine. I'm just doing find and replace here right now. Okay. Probably shouldn't have named this such a long name. Analog digital interface. Maybe just like ADI or something. Oh, I gotta look for is action release, don't I? Yeah, I do. No, wait. None of these use that. Is action release. There's like 3 of those in the game, right? Yeah. In fact, there's one of them in the game. Okay. I think there's merit in understanding the market. Yeah. And I think those big games that failed are operating on a completely different scale than indie games. So if you make an indie game and, well, I guess personal impact might be kind of the same. But if you make a AAA game like Concord, you're putting millions of dollars in that game. Most indie developers will never get to the point where they're going to make a project that costs more than $1 million. Like, it's just not going to happen. Most indie developers won't get to the point where they're making a game that costs more than like $5,000 probably. I almost think it's unfair to talk about most anything with a low barrier of entry because you can kind of just ignore the bottom 98% of them. Like Twitch streamers, if you consider, oh, most Twitch streamers will whatever. It's like have been more than 1 million Twitch streamers, I think. And the majority of Twitch streamers get like 0 or 1 view. And yeah, that just means you can't really generalize to all of them because you're really only considering the ones who are beyond a certain threshold, which then is, 0.5% of the entire population of those people. So same thing with if you consider indie devs as the group of people you're considering, like how many indie devs will have a budget of more than $100? Honestly, probably not very many because again, the barrier of entry is just so low that probably a lot of people do a game jam, have a budget of $0 and then make a game. Okay, all of these things are here. That looks good. And this isn't even all of the is action pressed things, but these are the ones that we have to... These are the ones we can copy paste pretty easily. I mean, I pretty much am just doing a find and replace at this point and just fixing the one using that we have here. We only have a few more of these, and we just got to look through the remaining ones. In fact, I wonder if there's some way I can catch the ones that I did not already type. Oh, this one's in here. Oh, what am I doing? This should not be that one. This should actually be event. Okay, so now we go find is action pressed and take a look at any other ones that use other events. So any line here that has audio digital interface is action pressed can be deleted, which then leaves us with what? Joypad button and player held item. So that's an event. So we want to do analog digital interface dot joypad event. Actually, this one doesn't matter, does it? It could have just been event. Because all we're going to do is pull the button from it. Yeah. Okay. Any research in order to have a better chance? No, yeah. Hey, Maya. I don't know if I said hi. I don't tend to. And even for my next game, I'm not going to do any research on the market. I'm going to try to apply what I've learned from making this game. However, that doesn't mean that I'm not doing like marketing stuff from the beginning. So the next game, I haven't shared a lot of details. I'm still not going to right now. but it's going to be a single player game. It's going to be a little bit more story driven, and that's it. That's all that matters for right now. So let's just say that single player, story driven. What I'm going to do is the MVP for this, I think, is going to be like the first maybe 10 minutes of the game, or maybe the first 10 to 15 minutes. This is not always what you want to do for a game. Let's say you were making StarCraft. Like, you don't want the first 10 minutes to probably be the campaign and have like cutscenes and stuff. You probably want it to be a skirmish where you're playing the game. But the game in a story-driven game is, yeah, more about the story, of course. So I want to try this. If this bombs, if people are like, you know, I see your vision, I just don't really think it's that fun, then maybe we don't develop the game. So that's what I want to try. This is still part of marketing. It's product market fit. I'm just not doing it ahead of making the first 10 minutes of the game. I'm not going to be like, well, is there an appetite for this? I'm going to make it regardless, I think. Yeah, Ultramark, hey, Showboat. I'm going to stick with C#. Probably what we're going to see. How does one push a game to Steam? What files do you upload? A single executable? You upload anything needed to run your game. So if you bundle it all into an executable, then yeah, just the executable. If you need to load assets from disk, which you probably do, then you upload those assets too. What's your inspiration? Inspiration for what exactly? Because I have many different inspirations for things. If you consider Skeleseller as a whole, it came from Final Fantasy 1, which is bizarre given where it ended up. But yeah, that's what prompted the idea behind the prototype of this game. But if you consider like what inspires me on a daily basis or something, it's, I don't know, a bunch of different sources. One of the people I talk about a lot when it comes to this is Reggie Watts. I think that's how you spell his name. And I'm not even, I don't follow his career a lot, but he did something. He was doing like comedy musical improv, and he was doing a great job at it. He had like a TED Talk where he did that. And I just thought, man, music, comedy, it was music improv and comedy improv, by the way. It's both improvs combined. And I think that was pretty much it. But this is like a niche in a niche. And to have found that niche, I think is very inspiring. Like, not many people could do just one of these things, and he did both of them. And I think he did it pretty interestingly. And I always think like, okay, I'm a streamer. I am a game developer. I try wearing many hats as a game developer. And it's one of the things I think has benefited me recently. We ran into that font problem yesterday. There was a time in my career where I would not have known how to solve that because I wouldn't have ever dealt with fonts. And I would have been like, okay, I got to get help for this. But I've now used this Glypher Studio enough to know the basics. I can't draw still. That's not going to teach me how to draw, but I know how to manipulate this stuff. And this is kind of why I wanted to focus on publishing and marketing myself too. I want to develop enough of a skill set so that I could fill in the cracks if I need to. And I still probably eventually want to hire people for some of this, maybe for future games, but I want to learn how it's done, and I want to have some of that expertise myself. I think it also helps you judge if you're going to hire someone, are they doing a good job? What's the inspiration for the next game? Oh man, I'm not totally sure where it comes from, because sometimes something strikes me and I'm like, that's the inspiration. Yeah. Like when I make music, a lot of times there's an inspiration, and it's not even necessarily related to the sound of the music. It's just what was in my head when I came up with the idea. I don't fully remember what was in my head when I came up with this idea, but I really, really like the idea, and I'm excited to share more with everyone, but I want to finish Skeleseller first. Have to do any DRM stuff? No, I haven't done anything like that. Phil M, I have his main inspiration. Are you going to play GTA 6? I've never played a Grand Theft Auto game. I'm just not super interested, so probably I won't play it. I don't have anything against it as a series or against Rockstar, but yeah. Check quickly, Godot. When I watch you, you barely spend any time in the Godot editor. Is there a way to stick to code instead of dealing with the Godot interface? Yeah, anything you do through the editor, you can pretty much do through code. And the things you'd want to do through the editor, I would say, are UI things. Like, I do not want to lay this out in code. This would be incredibly tedious, but it's all turning into code in the end anyway, so you could do it. But like I said, it'd be really tedious. If you want to make sure things look good, you probably just want to drag things around in here and change sizes. So yeah, I tend to just use it for UI. If you look at a class like NPC, it's literally just a sprite, and it's just one specific character. We then go change all of its properties in code. We add components to it, life bars, etc. So I take a very script heavy approach. It doesn't necessarily mean it's the best way. It's just how I tend to do things. Feels like you gotta be really good in both niches to pull it off. Yeah, I think so. How many hours did you used to work in college? Like study work or work for money? Because I think the only jobs I had while I was still studying, I was like kind of a TA at one point, a teaching assistant, because I only did my undergrad. I don't think it's very common for you to have like a research job or something as an undergrad. And some people work in, like the campus library or something. But yeah, I did a TA job, and I want to say there was one other thing I did. And then I had 4 internships, but those weren't while I was studying. Those were in between semesters, essentially. What kind of game attracts you? Do you try different genres for inspiration, stuff you wouldn't normally play? I have a philosophy which I think is good and bad. And my philosophy is, if I'm making a game, I don't want to play games in that genre so that I'm not tainted by them. It's impossible to completely forget what you've already played. So if you play Super Mario Brothers, then every platform you ever make is going to be somehow influenced by Super Mario Brothers. Even if you didn't play it, other platforms were influenced by it, and you probably played those platforms. But if you were to start making a platformer and then be like, all right, I'm going to do market research. What did they do best? What did they do best? What did they do best? That is a way to make a game. And that's one of the pros, is that you will now know what are the best things and how do I improve on them. But you also probably won't be as novel in your ideas. And I want to come up with things myself. I think the creativity is part of the process that makes it fun for me. What's the level count? I can't find in the game description on Steam. The level count? I'm not sure what you mean. There's a number of hours you play the game for. And adventurers have a level like in an RPG, and they can go from level 1 to 20. But there's no like, it's not like Candy Crush or something where there's like a level 1 and we made a board, and level 2 we made a different board, and so on and so forth. Like, this is a game that has levels. Like Mario Brothers has levels. Skeleton doesn't really have levels. Am I falafel? All right, what else do we have here? So I had these open, and then I did a bunch of stuff, and I got to get back to this. So those are done. Now we just look for is action pressed. Okay, so that's the first one. What's the next one? There we go. Get rid of this. So we have a few of these left, not a ton. Yeah, and then this should not be my code anymore. Right. So how many do we have? 18. Okay, let's go fix them. Take care, vibe of. Yeah, I should be back in the afternoon. Different map nodes. Oh yeah, if you mean locations that you can do battle in, I think there are 10 of them. I don't fully remember. All right, analog, digital interface, is action pressed. This is just a toolbar action. We don't have an event here. Isn't this gonna be a problem? Modifier is pressed. Oh, I see. The modifiers can't have analog, right? They technically could. Oh, but all we care is that it's pressed to a non-zero amount. So no, I think this one's actually fine. Yeah, this one's a little bit tricky though. All right, what's this one? UI use action menu should show. This one's probably fine too. Yeah. All right. Yeah, this is tricky. This is very tricky. Where'd my search results go? Where are they? I have 45 tabs open, and I definitely shouldn't have 45 tabs open. There they are. Right? No, this isn't it. Oh, come on. Here it is. All right, let's just close every other tab so I don't make that same mistake. There. Okay, what's this one about? Scroll container with shortcuts. If is pressed, new velocity. So this is a continuous action. I guess for continuous actions, you don't really care about this. But for continuous action, you may want it to be that it moves faster when you have it held down. We don't do that right now. I'm not going to worry about this. Yeah. Spin box. This is key event. Okay, yeah, we got to change this. Oh, I could have just put this on event. Oh my God. Why didn't I do that? That probably would have been a lot smarter. Yeah. Yeah, that would have been a lot smarter. Oh well. It's just sugar, really. All right, so this is key event, analog, digital interface. Yeah, it would have looked nicer. Well, now we don't even have these things. Allow echo true. I guess we should pass that in. Bool, allow echo. What's that? That shouldn't be there. Yeah. Wait, this isn't right either, is it? Action pressed false. No, it is. It is. Make a separate CMake file. This is C#, so you have a solution to build everything. You typically, I don't think would use CMake with C#. Were you developing Writer the other day? Yeah. I was using that mostly for the tools that they expose. I'm not using those allocation tools or anything. I'm also waiting to hear back from them about the potential sponsorship. It's been several days, so I'm not totally sure now if they're gonna respond. All right, what do we have now? So this one, these two are done. These are not. These also have allow echo. Analog interface. Okay. And then joypad motion. Joypad motion isn't gonna work this way. I checked the axis value here. Oh, that's so bad. Ah, I don't like this. I think we delete this part. And now these parentheses are unnecessary. And I got to write this down to test this out because I don't know what we're going to do here. Test the game scale slider. Yeah, this is one of those continuous action things that just feels weird. And the only other one we have is this. Yeah, I think we're done. All right, let's go try it. Let's hope this works. What a change. I feel like this should be built into Godot. I probably should have looked a little bit harder to see if it was. Okay, so now can I use the I can't use the sticks to update this. Why not? Shouldn't that be this code? If it's joypad motion, I think that's this. Why did that just get hit? I haven't actually pressed anything. Why did that get hit? What is this detecting as motion? As text. Value. Okay, so this is some dead zone thing. Ugh. So I got to move the stick in such a way. Okay, there we go. We've done it. Now I press this up. Nothing happened. What? Yeah, what? Why isn't that getting hit? Oh, because I removed it. Oh boy. All right. Yeah, so I gotta move the stick just barely to figure out what axis the thing is being pressed. -0? Okay, I can't do this. So I guess let's edit this and do Well, I'm not going to be able to do this either. All right, fine. Just quit this. So is action pressed? In this particular case, there's pressure. I don't think this is going to work. Action strength on a joystick. Yeah, no, I don't think it's going to work. Camera upper right. Why isn't this getting hit though? Yeah, that part doesn't make sense to me. This is still working, right? Yeah. Also, I restarted my computer last night. I still don't know if this is coming through on stream, but this feels rough. Like if I move this in a circle, it doesn't look like I'm moving it smoothly. But if I move it in a circle on the gamepad, it looks great. I don't know what happened there. And if I put it on my other monitor, it looks great. So it's just on the main monitor for some reason. Did I compare previous streams? Would be interesting. The circular motion here. I didn't look at previous streams, but I don't remember it ever feeling this way. It's so jarring to me that I feel like I would have recognized it. Hey, Cakes. Welcome in, everyone. How y'all doing? Hey, Mr. D-Boy. And hey, Ken says, hey, Rooster. Hey, Bite. Hey, Intmain. I will remind everyone this is a family-friendly channel, and I'd appreciate, even though that's a raid message that people usually use, that they don't spam it here. I've never commented in the past because it's always just been like 1 or 2 people. But yeah, please try not to use that language in this channel. Hey, no flap, and thanks. Does it have animated water? Yeah. Said animated water is very important in a game. Whoops, I accidentally opened that. Whoop, I'm just messing everything up over here. Yep, ignore me. Don't know how to use a computer. It's my first day. Let's close out of this. I'm not going to ban people, no, but just do try to keep that in mind. So yeah, there's our animated water. I have broken the scroll wheel key. Huh. So I broke pretty much everything then, huh? Did I? Yeah, even that doesn't work now. Well, this has been nice. Is there a flicker on the stream? I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. So what we've been working with today is we're trying to figure out, okay, so I have a Switch Pro controller here. The only analog on this is the sticks, which makes sense. Every analog stick is an analog stick. It's going to be treated as a non-digital value. But the triggers on the Steam Deck, you can press them down a certain amount and have them register as like partial presses. I need to handle all of those because what was happening before this is you'd press it down a little bit, it would register as a press. You'd press it down some more without even realizing you just already pressed it, and it would trigger another press. So as you pressed it from top all the way to bottom, it would press it like 4 times. So when you try doing things like, let's say you were in this dialogue, if you tried clicking the rogue, you'd actually click 4 times and select 4 different party members. And you'd be like, no, let me remove that. And you click 4 times again, and it would remove all 4 of those. So yeah, we got to not have that happen. And I've broken quite a lot here. So yeah, the scroll wheel stopped working completely. The slider thing stopped working. So this is done. This is done. Now we got to fix the bugs. So scroll wheel doesn't work at all. The game scale slider doesn't work with the camera keys. Does it work on the keyboard? I can't even press escape now. Okay, this is not good. There's probably a bug in here. Let's take a look really fast. If is action pressed, pressure on button. If the pressure on button is greater than this and can input be pressed, then set that it can't be pressed and return true. So now we consider you to have pressed this thing. And once you release that action, oh, we never call this. Oh, maybe we did need that else here. Won't this be a problem? This will be a problem. Yeah, this will be a problem. Nothing is going to Nothing's going to check to see if this thing has been released. Is this from your perf update? No, this is just a separate bug. And this was always a bug that I had on Steam Deck. It was only noticeable once we bound a key to one of the analog triggers. And then once we did, we had this problem. And yeah, this is a huge to-do list. There's quite a lot going on. Oh man, I didn't think about this. Yeah, we never release keys. That's probably why. Maybe the scroll wheel works once and then stops working. That's my guess. And maybe that was true for everything that I just did. We could put this in a node and have unhandled input, or maybe even just process checks for it to have been released. I don't like that as a solution. No, it doesn't even work once. And now I can't press escape either. Oh, why does that happen? Why does this work? And why did these work? Yeah, something funky's going on. Even buttons are weird now. Why a halfway switch? Some games make use of them. You know, imagine doing something with a certain amount of strength in a game. Maybe you have like a weak attack and a strong attack, and the more you press something down, the more of an attack it does. I don't know how many games make use of that in a fun way, but games make use of it. All right, so the problem is that the key is always held down. We don't check for is action released. We would need to do that somewhere that would always be hit. So probably a process in this new node. I don't like this idea. I don't know if there's a better way to do this though. A lot of mistakes as I got used to it. Yeah. So we never clear this out. So one way I can think of that we could do this is we could change the interface to be a node in the scene tree that never gets paused, that checks all keys currently held to see if you release them. I think this would work, but this would make it so that the node can't be static anymore. I guess we could just have a reference to, well, actually, I don't know if we could do that. We never recreate main, do we? No, we could put it in main. So yeah, we could do that. Is there any other way we can get this to work? We need to have is action release get called. And only one thing is calling it right now. We also need this to happen after it's happened in this case, right? This might break the virtual cursor. Oh, man. Yeah, this is... Need to make sure this doesn't break the virtual cursor, which does need to listen for mouse up. If process happens before that, then it'll clear the value without synthesizing a mouse event. Oh. So in here, this made sense because this thing never gets removed from the tree. Wherever else we do this, I mean, we don't know that any of these are using an analog button or not. But let's look at a place where it's like this, for example. Well, this is zooming in. I don't want zoom in. I want some other, like... maybe even just opening the settings. Yeah, something like this. Toggle buildings menu. So let's say you bound this to an analog key. We need to use the analog digital interface for this, or else we'll toggle it like 4 times when you click it. But nothing's going to listen for, was this thing released? And I don't want to add a release handler for all of these. So yeah, I think we need the interface to handle this. Oh boy. Well, technically, we could call into a public static process here. Static void process. Can you put an underscore at the beginning of the name? You probably can. Double delta. What does it say? Just this isn't used or this doesn't do anything? Move underscore. Okay, never mind. Yeah, so process, we would say like to do check for is action released here for any held keys. Then in main, we want to call into this. This is kind of crazy. So now I'm going to try this. Let's see if it works. I don't know if it's the best idea. So now we're going to do this. Have you tried the is action just pressed? Is action just pressed is not generally a good thing to use because of a couple issues that have popped up. I think they even say it in here. Yeah, during input handling, like node input, use is action pressed instead to query the action state. See also is pressed by event. What is that? Turns true whether the user has started pressing the action in the current frame or physics tick and the first event that triggered action press. Is this for handling analog stuff? Because that one sounded interesting. Is just pressed by event. I just don't understand. Yeah, maybe it is this. No, this might help Sockton. This might solve my issue that I had. I'm not sure. Let's try this. If event is action... where'd that go? Is action pressed by event? Oh, maybe it's an input. Input dot is action pressed by event. Event action name. Just return this, I guess. Now, what's the problem here? Oh, other way around. All right, let's try that. I mean, if this works, then great, because I was wondering why the engine wouldn't provide something like this. And I think this might be the way you're supposed to do it, but I wonder what bugs I had hit originally when I tried this. So yeah, let's just use the controller, continue game, see what works and what doesn't. That works, zooming works. Does the scroll wheel work? It does not. That's strange. That works though. These things, okay, that's a little bit weird. If I go to the keybinds menu, that's fine. Something odd going on there. But yeah, it looks like this is all fine. What happens if I grant items? Can I drag these around? Yes. Can I drag this? Yep. Yeah, I wonder if that just kind of fixed everything. But now the keyboard... Oh, keyboard's moving in kind of a strange way. I'm holding up right now and it's moving to the left a little bit. Is that because the analog stick is getting input? Oh my god, it is. Okay, so this is a dead zone thing. Steam will handle this, but itch won't, I think. Huh. So that's why that was happening. And then why doesn't the scroll wheel work? Yeah, maybe this is all a waste of my time. Whatever. As long as we have a solution, I don't really care. So let's go look at the scroll wheel. What is that doing? Scroll, what do I call it? Zoom in? UI zoom in. Isn't there a scroll thing in here? Oh, it's called wheel, not scroll. UI wheel up and UI wheel down. I don't think I know what the problem... Oh, wait. No, I do. the propagating sub viewport container. This should use regular just input is action pressed. Except for its event. I want that gone. I think... Oh man, there's a lot to test with this, but hopefully this works. Then we'll get back to cloud save stuff. There's no winning. It's not working. All right, well, we only use wheel up in a couple different places, so I think it's 3. It's got to be one of these issues. Is pressed an event. Maybe that's... No, I don't think that makes sense. Yeah, maybe we need to change this back to what it was. And then wheel down. I want to change that one too. Add event. And then where else do we do this? Here. UI wheel up. And wheel down. Okay, that might work. The hard part here is that you could eventually bind something else to wheel up, and then I think you'd have this problem again. Although maybe you wouldn't care. Okay, now zooming with the scroll wheels working again. I can drag this around. It still looks choppy. Arrow keys work. I can't press X for some reason. Oh, right, because I changed the period. And Q and E don't work here. That's strange. I still set to Q and E? It is. Oh, maybe they never worked there? Because it's for perks? Yeah, it's for perks. So now if I open that, yeah, now it works. Okay, that's correct. Anything else? M, T, B for buildings. Are there any other shortcuts I haven't tried? Oh yeah, the quick move menu. For that, we need all the different shops. And the warehouse and the extractor. And now when we get an item, it'll show a menu that we can quickly move. Yeah, this looks like it's fine. I don't see a problem there. Warehouse is number 5. We need space. Yeah, nice. Okay. Yeah, I think everything's just working now. So I think Stockton deserves a point. But, oh, wait, what's going on there? Yeah. Why did the wheel need that change? Yeah, why wouldn't that have worked? Because what we had before this was this. Returns true when the user has started pressing the action event in the current frame or physics tick, and the first event that triggered action press in the current frame or physics tick was event. It will only return true on the frame or tick that the user pressed down the button. Is it because you can't press down the mouse wheel? That doesn't make any sense. Wait, does it not make any sense? I'm not sure I understand. Yeah, if I go to the title screen and in unhandled input, I check this for UI wheel up. Wheel pressed via this. And if I do this one, just input, I can say wheel press via is action pressed. So this should spam me. Let me give Stockton a point before I forget. All right, so now we got to see the console so I can actually tell what's going on here. It's really hard to control when I'm holding a controller at the same time. All right, there we go. So now I press the wheel up. Wait, why am I holding a controller? I don't need this. Yeah, and it only triggers it via is action pressed. Very bizarre to me that you can't trigger it through is action just pressed by event? Huh. Wheel. Doesn't work for mouse button events. Yeah, this is my issue. You're able to get the mouse input directly and log clicks. That's not the same problem. Allowed for watching for a trigger press via this. 4, it's been removed. You only bind the triggers as motion. May still monitor events. Oh, really? What? This can't be right. If you handle trigger inputs and want to allow rebinding, you cannot use the input event. Huh. I gotta read through this. Sure, a workaround can be done by having a custom parser that checks if a trigger is fully pressed or not and sends joypad motion or joypad button respectively through different actions. Hmm. Anyone's looking for a workaround? I added this as an autoload to recreate the Godot 3.5 behavior. Use trigger dash trigger. Call simulate action. Button was changed to axis and works like axis, so you need to adapt your code. One of the same problems with left and right analogs. You don't know that something is an axis or not if you rebind, right? Session should be handled differently. Oh boy. I got to finish reading through this. This is going to potentially have some far-reaching implications. Need to think of some solutions to resolve this. Suggestion will be considered. Using strings for action names is wild to me. Why is that wild? Oh, hang on one sec. Abby. Why wouldn't it be a predefined type? Because you can add your own actions for anything. Like suppose you want an action that you could do when you press the A key on your keyboard, or if you press X on your controller, or if you have, I don't know, like a scroll wheel on the mouse or something like that. So you would make an input and you'd call it something like fire, maybe, and then you'd give it those 3 actions underneath it. So inputs are potentially compound in Godot, and I think that might be where the confusion is coming from. So see this, like UI accept, when you press enter, when you press the numpad enter, when you press space, or when you press the confirm button on the joypad, like all of these map to our accept. So you need to allow for custom things. Aren't those things all standard buttons? Yeah, and you could check for those individual ones, but then Godot combines them into one for you. And that way you don't have to check, like, did I press the joypad down, and you like process each event yourself that way. It's just a very common thing. Perhaps it can be solved with an additional function. Yeah, so this is the issue that I have, right? Imagine you have a function to let the player configure what button they'd like to use for certain actions, which is not uncommon. And if you want to support having L2 and R2 be able to set, you need to use is action just pressed everywhere, in contrast with the tutorial or documents where is action pressed. Yeah, this is definitely the issue here. In fact, I'm going to put a thumbs up here, even if they end up solving this later in the thing, although this is still open. I want to share my perspective as a user, being unfamiliar with the engine source code. Vast majority of projects would presumably treat the trigger buttons no differently than bumper buttons as digital buttons. Yeah. Why is this being discussed at all? Treating axes as buttons is done all the time in games. You can tell a user they can't bind a trigger to an action because it's an axis. Oh, Kurwido treats triggers as very misaligned around the vast majority of games treat them. Here's a workaround I'm using. What are they doing? Axis, past thresholds. Man. Oh man. Looks like there's this that does this. When was this added? Is there a way to figure that out? I guess what we could do is we could just keep going back in the documentation. So if we go to 4.5, did this exist? Is action just pressed by event existed in 4.5? What about in 4.4? Is action just pressed did not exist. So it was added in 4.5. So let's look at the changelog for 4.5. Did they talk about why they did this and link to a PR? Input. Read more. Does it allocate a C sharp string for you? For it? It's a Godot string. So as long as you just keep a static one around, it should be fine. They mention event in here? No, they don't. Getting some extra value out of this. How did they not mention this anywhere? Huh. Yeah, huh. All right, well, how do we find when they added that code? I guess we need to go into the code base and search for that. And then press B. And then look at line 352. Synchronize the names for required parameter. Okay, we want before this happened. Okay, let's go back there now. Where'd it go? Here it is, use required param. So before that. Now it doesn't exist anymore. So I went back too far. I guess so. I'm a little bit confused here. This did still exist. Why did the blame not find that? Oh, wait, no. I'm looking at a different file, right? What was I looking at? Input.h. What happened in input.h? No, it still existed then too. What? Why did I mess up? The auto config cloud is so weird. I played around by editing the config and it looks like those path replacements are ignored for the sync process and only used by AutoCloud to find the local file for comparison. Changing it to this fixed the entire thing. You can change it yourself. And when I do this, AutoCloud will watch that, but Steam syncs to this. So it sounds like I can just replace with XDG data home and everything will be fine. Oh man. Unfortunately, we're never going to get to that point if we're still working through this stuff. Fix Steam Cloud. By the way, Blub, thanks for looking into this. It's also pretty impressive what you can get done without having the code base. I mean, I get in this case, there's I think a VDF controls this. There's a nice tool for editing them called Steam Cloud File Manager. I should probably write a note on that. Crazy. Hopefully that'll just fix everything. So I'm still trying to figure out where this thing was added. What's going on here? 352. Wait, it's gone, right? Oh my god. Is action just pressed by event? It apparently does exist here. Oh, there it is. But then I go back one and it doesn't anymore. See, that's what I don't get. Oh, there it is. Add methods to check which event first triggered. Is that who I think it is who worked on this? Yes, it is. Did they say why? They didn't? I want to know the why behind this. Oh, man. Is this linked to an issue or anything? No? I was hoping for some extra conversation. Click on PR. Oh, I thought it was just directly committed to master. I didn't realize there was a PR through this. Cool, thank you, ABC. Yeah, sorry about that. Okay, so adds input methods to detect which event trigger just pressed or released. Since this is true for all events that match, analog stick movement can produce multiple events during the same frame. Okay, so what's this? Analog stick on Steam Deck skips buttons in UI navigation. They ever mention triggers in here? They just mention analog sticks. Isn't that the problem with everything? Godot should have a regular installer on Windows. Like to put it in your start menu instead of presumably just an executable. I don't think I've used Godot on Windows, but that does sound like it might be a little annoying. So yeah, I guess we just use this. It exists now. We just plug it in and we're done. Oh, we got to test it on the Steam Deck. Also, I got to make sure we fixed all these other issues, and I don't think I did. I don't totally understand when to use each one of these, or if we're going to cause some problems down the road. But I guess if I can test it with controller on Mac, Steam Deck, and then keyboard and mouse, that if everything's fine, then everything's just fine, right? So we cannot move this. I don't know why. We got to go find out. So there should be some like camera up. Godot string names. Does it not happen here? Maybe it doesn't happen here. What are you supposed to be able to press? UI camera up. Spin box with hotkeys. Here it is. All right, so this is in GUI input. Possibly that has something to do here with this. Why did I define all this locally? Why did I just put this in another thing? I mean, I should extract this into its own GUI input event handler, yeah. Can I just right click this and go to extract? Extract method. That did not do what I wanted it to do. All right, fine. Private void testeroni. All right, delete that and delete that. Make sure this is the right thing, which is probably input event. Yeah, nice. Everything looks fine. So now just rename this to on GUI input. All right, that gets rid of a whole bunch of tabbing here, which is nice. But this stuff's wrong, right? Does it work through the keyboard? It does. It does not allow echoing, though, because it should never have been this. It should have just been input, I think. And by that, I mean the event. So we cut that out and put that here. And now everything works. Probably get rid of this too. This is joypad motion. That's going to be separate. That's not going to work. And this actually didn't either, right? Let's try this again. Okay, so we go into this menu, we click this. It is not working at all. Oh, wait. Oh, it will work only with these now, right? Yeah. And then what? The scroll wheel works? Why is that? UI up, UI down. It should work with these, though, which would be just the D-pad buttons. Yeah, it's definitely not doing that. And this is in GUI input. Whatever handles the camera is happening first, which is scroll container, which I guess I hadn't thought about when I tried this last time. This is input. Input's before GUI input. Ah, yes, quite the problem. Quite the problem. All right, well, maybe the way we solve this is by putting this on input. Is there no input event? There isn't. What's tackling that here? Scroll container with shortcuts? So it's just these things that I want to consider. So I'm pretty sure this is getting hit, which is going to try change. Oh, wait, this says if is visible in tree. Oh, this is a scroll container. Yeah. I see. So you'd have no way of doing this unless this had the focus. So if I were to cut this stuff out, we wouldn't run into this problem. How are you supposed to do this then? Can you set a line edit? No. Oh man, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. We could have input on here, do these things. Actually, why didn't I do that then? But we need to know that the spin box has the focus. Okay, that could work. So if has focus, then do this stuff. I'm going to just try this code. We'll just see what happens. Delta, I'm going to need to do that too, right? Accept event, increased value. And delta equals. All right, I can clean this up later. Not more scrolling. Well, this is a little bit different. Also, hi, Katie. This is a number input interacting poorly with when it's inside of a scroll container. Somehow I did nothing here. Why? Why? Oh, because it's the order of where it is in the scene tree now. Yeah, this is presumably getting hit, right? No, it's not even getting hit. That's weird. Maybe it's the line edit that needs the focus. Because I was just kind of hoping this would be in the right part of the scene tree. There's no guarantee, but I think it should be. It should be lower down. Yeah, now it's working. Okay, so let's try. Let's see if it's actually changing the value. Is it? Yes, it is. It's also scrolling on top of that. And the analog stick isn't working, but that's expected. So the also scrolling on top of it is probably this. We probably need to do something like set input as handled instead of accept event. And now I think we'll just change the number box here. No, it's also scrolling still. What is going on? Oh, is it because I have the same code down here too? No, I don't have the same code down there. How are you supposed to stop this? Give viewport set input as handled. Yeah. Yeah, weird. Make it zoom, scroll, and modify the value all at once. Let me just cut this out for a second. In fact, let's cut it out by doing this. So now I know that code's never going to run. And it's just input, and input is just set up for the camera controls. So that's fine. I click this. Still doing everything. Okay, why is it happening? I don't know. There should be no way for both of these things to operate at once because they both mark the input as handled. What if I just cut this function out completely? It should just stop working. But I wanted to see maybe there's some default control now, maybe in Godot 4.6, where you... Well, how would I know that I'm pressing this, though? Yeah, it wouldn't. Maybe you press up on your keyboard, it would. No, it doesn't even do that. Take care, Ultramark. Thanks for dropping by. Thanks for watching me struggle. Yeah, what am I missing? No, the zoom is what we're controlling, just to be clear. That's intentional. As you change this value, it's controlling the zoom level of the game. So that's supposed to happen. You might not have seen what this control is for, but it is for the game scale. So if you press up on here, it should zoom in because you're changing the scale. But it shouldn't also pan the scroll container. So that's the part that shouldn't be happening. And yeah, I don't know why that's happening because, yeah, we just have this here. So Godot, mark, input, handled. There's... Oh, maybe they're in different viewports? Is that possible? No, they're in the same one. Yeah, they're in the same one. And even the scene tree should be... There's a scroll container up here. And that is presumably this. Yep, it is. Okay, good. And then farther down in the tree, we've got the game scale thing. Yeah. So this will get the input first, which it is. And it's just not marking it as handled. Standard node input function will be called. If any function consumes the event, it can call this, and the event will not spread anymore. What am I missing? What could I possibly be missing? Yeah. So bizarre. All right, and I know what I'm calling this, right? Yeah. It's called here, and then somehow we get that same UI camera up. So like if I put a breakpoint here, it's going to get hit there next. Yeah. Weird. That shouldn't be happening. Is this not working? It probably doesn't return anything. It doesn't. Stops it from propagating further up the scene tree. Does not affect the methods in input. What? What's that mean? You can't stop input from being handled by other input functions? I don't like any of this. I think what this means is that I should have changed all of this stuff to be unhandled input, but then GUI input events happen first. Can you mark that GUI input event should only happen from one thing? So let's signal GUI input. The control wants to consume it, call accept event, and it won't spread anymore. It says the event will not spread anymore too, though. It kind of sounds like we shouldn't be using input for anything. What are you supposed to use it for? And what are we using it for? A bunch of stuff. It would probably be nice to see what they expected you to use each input thing for. Hmm. Man, I don't know what I'm missing. Yeah, I don't know what I'm missing. Either this is pointing to me messing up the input handling in like the whole game, or I'm doing something wrong with this. I don't think it's this part that I'm doing something wrong with. Although this note is weird to me. This does not affect methods in input, only the way events are propagated. I don't know what that means as a standalone thing. This does not affect the methods in input. But it should stop propagation according to this documentation. The event will not spread anymore. Oh, maybe I'm not checking the pressed value. God, that would be embarrassing. Where'd that go? Here. I'm checking is action pressed. Doesn't this need me to check whether I pressed the key down or not? Or pressing the action event? Maybe I don't? I don't exactly know. So let's just print something out here. So this is spin box. And we get event.asText. And then in scroll container, we do the same thing. And there, that should reveal to us what's going on. There probably is a press and release event, although that doesn't really make sense because it's action press that I'm checking. Well, we'd be getting these events no matter what. So this isn't going to actually do anything for me, will it? That's kind of funny. We're getting constant events from the stick not being at 0. So I'm going to have to press this a few times and then stop the program. There. Now we should ignore all the ones that are joypad motion. Yeah, delete all joypad motion things. And mouse motion. I don't know, it's pretty much just these, right? Joypad button. Joypad button. D-pad left and D-pad up. They're each getting one event. I don't see a problem. Yeah, I don't see a problem. So I guess you just can't stop propagation through this. It still makes me wonder, if you can't, then why would you have multiple things that have an input event? Or sorry, why would you have multiple things that override input? Why would you do that? Gotta be a reason for that. Call when there's an input event. The input event propagates up through the node tree until a node consumes it. Yeah, okay. So that also makes it clear that I should be able to consume this. It is only called if input processing is enabled. To consume it, call viewport set input as handled. So are they the same viewport? That's the only other thing I could think of. And they're in the same exact scene. So I don't think they can be in different viewports. Spin box viewport. This should print a node name or something like that. And then we want it for this too. Oh, man. At least I don't need the controller for this. I can just click anything. And it should have already printed. Oh, the spin box needs the focus, right? There. These are the same number, right? Yes. All right. I don't get it. If we... Yeah, I don't get it. If we end up zooming, we shouldn't also end up moving the camera. WHAAAAAT event. Did I print that out? Do I still have that? Couldn't we have just done at event here? Is that the problem? And then I delete this? If so, I'm not even totally sure I understand that. This might work. Yeah. I don't get what I'm doing differently there. No, it's not working. Okay, well, I'm out of ideas. Maybe it's the allow echo here. Shouldn't be. Should be the event doesn't go anywhere else. Increased value. I don't see a problem. In fact, you know what? What if we just did this? Just mark this as handled and return. There. Now no event should make it outside of here. None. If I click this. Yeah. Okay, interesting. So that does work. So there is something I'm doing wrong here. And yeah, now I can't close this because we don't have mouse events. It's bizarre. That means that it's got to be based on these conditions. I mean, let's get rid of the allow echo just for laughs here. I don't think it's that, but who knows? So now this is going to be the exact same calls we have in the other thing, right? No, it still doesn't fix it. What am I missing? What could I possibly be missing? This is getting hit, and it shouldn't be because we should be stopping this. All right, how about this? Let's do g.print mark at event as handled. I hope this doesn't run some toString on this. Delta 0. But delta can't be 0 if we actually press the button. This is pretty much saying that if we press the button, we're going to absorb the event. So then it shouldn't make it to the scroll container. And it is. This should be spin box. Well, I guess mark as handled is all that we need there. So now if we end up pressing up, let's say event detected. And maybe for down as well. I wanted to print a node number. There's some way to get that. I think it's going to run a 2-string, which might do as text, which might print out like a letter here or an arrow or something. I don't totally know what's going to happen with that. Okay, that was unexpected. We're getting joypad motion for pressing a button. What? I'm pressing the D-pad. I guess because the D-pad is bound to the same thing that camera up, joypad button, and axis. But if I press W, doesn't the same thing? You get joypad motion when that happens? Oh, maybe the joypad motion. Oh my God. Hang on. Maybe this is the dead zone handling thing. Okay. I might be a little bit stupid. I think I know what's happening. And I think we would need to delete this from here. And then this wouldn't happen anymore. How do you set a dead zone? Dead zone? The line below is similar to get vector, except that it handles the dead zone in a less optimal way. So shouldn't I have just done this get vector the way... Oh my God. Yeah, probably. So left, right, forward, back. Is that up, down? Negative X, positive X, negative Y. So negative is going to be UI camera right. Godot string name is UI camera, or left, I mean, sorry. And then positive, UI camera right. Then it is negative Y first, which is camera up. Yep. And camera down. Great. So now we delete this. And then here we kind of want to do the same thing. And we only have one axis. We could have just used get axis. And it'll be from -1 to 1. But we want to know that this thing is just not 0. How do you handle the dead zone though? Built-in dead zone feature to tackle this. The default value is 0.5. Oh, okay, sure. Oh, so this should just work. So I could have changed this too, right? So I would do vector to axis. This is going to be a little bit hard. Because we want 2 different keys. Let's just ignore the 2 different keys part. Let's just say axis equals input.get axis. It's also joy axis. Returns the current value of joypad axis. Oh my God. I don't know whether it's bound to a controller or not. I don't know. Maybe we just do it for both of these then. So what do we want? Device and an axis? I have to pass in the device? Let's just do get access and see what happens. String name, negative and positive. Okay, that's reasonable. Negative will be left or up. Doesn't really matter. Camera up. Positive will be camera down. Cannot convert float. Oh, yeah. Then we delete all of this stuff. So now we just check if axis. I guess we could have called this delta. All right, yeah. Great. Now we go try this out. I don't know if I made this better. Although now it'll also be based on how much you press this by. Whoa. Well, it doesn't scroll the camera. But that's way too fast. So delta equals this times 0.01. I don't want it to work that way though. I want it to track whether you were already moving it on the past frame. So like private float prior frame delta. Won't this just alternate? It should be like private bool can change value. This is in you can change the value. I guess how about this? If you can change the value, if you can't change it, let's just set the delta to 0. So now what allows you to change it and what doesn't allow you to change it? After you moved it once, we shouldn't allow it again. So if delta, no, we need to get access to return to 0. So if delta is 0, then can change value equals true. Otherwise, so it's a false. I think that's it. And let's just say this is less than 0 point, or just whatever, math f dot epsilon. Was it in lowercase 1? Yeah. No, delta could be -2, so I should have done the absolute value of that. This worked though? No, it did not work. This is one of those yak shaving things. I am so far from what I was originally trying to solve here. Yeah, no, this doesn't work at all. All right, so most of the time, this should be getting set to true. And in that case, we would call increased value or not. Oh, but in this case, we want to set delta equal to math f dot sine delta. Is this correct? One of 3 possible values. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, this is a little bit weird, but like cap. Oh, wait, no. We want to move by 0.1 at a time. What used to happen here? Increased value dot invoke. It's probably moving by 0.1 at a time. Wait, then this wouldn't matter. Because all we're doing is checking this. Okay, yeah. Custom arrow step. Custom arrow step is probably set to 0.1. Yes, it is. So the problem is, we don't need this. The problem is that we are calling this a whole lot. But once we've pressed this, we set delta to some number. Let's say it's 1. And can change should start at true, I guess. It's less than when it's equal to 0. Yeah, exactly. So when you're not touching the joystick, you should be able to change the value again. When you are touching the joystick, it should say that you can't change it beyond this frame. Oh, whoops. That shouldn't be there. If it was already not change value. But that would only make sense. We're doing the opposite of what I just stopped it from zeroing out your value. but it was changing to, oh no, now it's working. Oh, okay. But now it's also scrolling. So yeah, that's the issue. If there is a greater than 0 delta, we mark this thing as handled immediately. Yeah, here. There, done. And we could even put this inside of that. Right there. Because that's the only time delta could be greater than 0. I think, I don't know. Let's just try it. I think we fixed everything with this stuff. Nuts. Hey, look at that. It's working. Wow. Crazy. Okay, so now we want left and right to work. So how do we get that to work now? I guess what we could do is this. If you didn't press this, then change delta to the other axis. No, we need it. No, that won't work, will it? Maybe it will. I don't know. I'm just going to test this and not think about it. All right. Is that good? Let's do what I wanted to do. Yeah, it feels like it works. Wow. All right. Very cool. What if I scroll this down? Yeah, nice. Okay, great. We did it. We fixed one tiny thing. So if that doesn't have the focus like this does, then I can, nope. How do I get the focus out of there? There, then I can pan the camera. Or in this case, scroll the thing. And I can scroll it a little bit or a lot, which was never the case before. And now that it is the case, we probably want to allow scrolling by a little bit more than what we had originally here. So this would do, just set the velocity. So let's multiply the velocity maybe by like 2. Yeah. That way you can move it double the speed since it's an analog. Oh, but if you're using the keyboard keys, it's going to do it at 2x speed all the time now, which maybe is okay. So if I press this, yeah, it's moving pretty fast. But again, through the controller, you can control it yourself. I don't know how I feel about that. Let's try it in an actual setting or a thing with like a lot of options. Yeah, so now you can scroll to the bottom faster. I think that's pretty good. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. My goodness. So what did I fix? One problem? All right, so this is no longer an issue. We can apparently use is action just pressed. Where did this thing go? Analog digital interface. Yeah. 26 days. 26 days. I'm working on this stuff. We're going to have to just cut out sleep. Then we get 52 days. That's how that works, right? So the scroll wheel doesn't work at all. Is this working now? Yeah. Is everything else working? Yeah. Is that a little bit too fast? Oh, wait, I can control it, right? Of course. I can just zoom slower if I want to, or pan slower, I mean. That's my ultimate move. It's my Q ability. So this is fixed. This is fixed. Oh, wait, no. I didn't do everything here. I, like, thoroughly broke all this stuff, right? Yeah, I think so. So there, oh, man. All right, let's go test this. So now you can't use arrow keys on this. Okay, I think this should be a little bit easier to fix though, right? Yeah, so that the delta check should probably happen. How about this? If this doesn't have the focus, let's just return. That way we can get rid of all the indentation there. And then we want to add in the key stuff that we have. So we have UI camera right, up, left, down. So this is all handled. That's joypad event, right? It doesn't matter if it's joypad event or not. Then we have UI up and UI down. That's on its own axis as well. We could just set that. And then we have joypad motion, which is already handled now. Wow. All right. Get axis is something that I really, really should have been doing. Output goes here. Yeah. I got to fix that too. When I get to committing, I'll clean that stuff up. Okay. So then we can just put this, if I'm not mistaken, like so. And this now needs to be UI up and UI down. Good. And it's much cleaner code now too. I mean, this part's a little bit ugly that we kind of have to do this 3 times. But it's because we're prioritizing each axis. Could we have done this? There's probably a vector math way of doing this a little bit smarter. If delta is 0, we want to, I guess we could just add all of these together, right? That might be kind of stupid. And then normalize it. Yeah, let's try that. Let's get this working first, but I'll say to do, try adding them all and then normalizing it. Now, technically, if you knew which ones were most important, you could prioritize them and then cut down on performance issues. Because like here, we're doing them based on an if statement, but it's negligible. Okay, please work. Please work without me having to wrestle with you. Good, so that's working. This is actually a little bit more annoying now, because with the analog stick, if you press it up and to the left, no, wait. Hold on. Up and to the right? Yeah. Push it up and to the right. It's trying to both decrease and increase it, because right is increase and up is decrease. I don't think you might even expect left and right to work there. Maybe we just get rid of left and right. Because that means that even those will work. I don't like that. Do I like that? Yeah, I don't think I like that. Because the arrows are vertically arranged. If they were horizontally arranged, like there was a right arrow here and a left arrow here, then you'd expect left and right to work. So let's just get rid of left and right. Now I made this even simpler. But ignoring that, we can still test up and down over here. It's in the wrong order. Is it? Yes, it's in the wrong order. This should be down, and this should be up. And now let's try adding them together. You can't do that? Oh, I have delta equals there. Yeah, that should work. Okay, so now it's just up and down. They're doing it in the wrong order. Yep, both of those are wrong. And then what happens when I press up and down here? Those are correct. Okay, easy enough to fix. We swap this and this. Oh, we got to normalize this, I think. Dot normalize to normal. What do I do? What am I doing here? Oh, it's a floating point number. Oh, so it doesn't matter. I thought this was a vector this whole time. This will add up both their dead zones, though. That's kind of a problem. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, IRAD. Also, Mr. D-Boy, I watched your new trailer. I had something I wanted to say about it. But I don't remember what it was now. Let me take a look. What was it? Oh, I know what it was. It was this image. I think you should put an outline around this, because this is very hard to read. The bottom left, like 3/4 is white on yellow. Yeah. So if you just put an outline of black around the whole thing, I think it would stand out a lot more. And this should be a pretty quick change compared to changing the trailer. Yeah, that's what stood out to me. Just checked in, yeah. Setting the game scale to 1.5 makes the menus look fine. Oh, cool. Okay, good. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's a really easy change, and I think it will help. You always have to be careful about contrast, and white and yellow are just never that far apart from each other. So yeah, I think we're good here. I think this got a lot nicer. Yeah. Wow. And we don't need this can change. Oh wait, we do need can change value. We just can't go there. This is to disallow. Wait, this won't work because now you can't hold up, can you? No, you can't. But whatever, you can't. That's fine. Disallow continuously changing the value without releasing the key you use to change the key / joystick you use to change the value. Otherwise, using the analog stick to change the value would be really tough. Hey, Pretzel. Oh, okay. So this got a lot cleaner, right? Let's take a look at that. Spin box with hotkeys used to be 87 lines of code. Now it's 59. Yeah, this was a mess before. Oh, now it's 58. Good job. Good job, me. Can you remap any control to an analog button? Okay, so now we test this on Steam. And now we probably lose our minds and find out that this stuff didn't actually work. Well, that's for us to figure out in like a minute. And then I should probably take another break. My wife is going to join me for lunch today, but she's not able to do that until like 1:30. So that's why I'm still streaming, even though it should be lunchtime. But I will probably take a break right after this. Just a short one. Long stream, yeah. Yeah, I gotta get up and just stretch my legs. Okay, so let's turn on the Steam Deck. Let's go to the builds page. It should be uploading now. Oh yeah, it still hasn't plugged in. I should really do that. Good. Okay, build online. Let's go try it out. Pre-launch grind looks rough. Yeah, it is rough. It's especially rough because none of this is what I wanted to do. I wanted to work on like new fun stuff for players. And this is all stuff that it will reduce the number of complaints that people have, but it won't make them want to share the game more. Is it running better after all the optimizations? It's running better. There are some other big ones that I still want to make. Okay, so I should be able to do pretty much everything on the Steam Deck here. So if we change the volume, for example. That's strange. Why didn't that work? Oh, right, because you don't drag. Oh my God, I always do this. It's a misunderstanding of how this slider works. I always try dragging the skull. It's not how it works though. You actually just click in the bar and it looks like it's dragging the skull. So yeah, that's working as intended. Can we whoa. What? Is that like lowering the frame rate? No. Oh, is this a streaming thing? It might be a streaming thing. Yeah, it looks very smooth on the Steam Deck. All right, I'll watch the Steam Deck. You guys watch the screen. Okay, so we're going to try to rebind a key to zoom out. I'm going to put it on left trigger. Did that make a sound? What just happened? Oh, no. 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 It's not supposed to allow trigger right. All right, so that's broken. Well, let's still set it to trigger left and then just hit confirm. Oh, you can't. Okay, I gotta write this down. I'm gonna forget this. Bug, you can't use the virtual cursor to confirm a key binding. this shouldn't be Steam Deck specific. All right, let's go back to this now. Okie dokie. So zoom out is set to left, zoom in is set to right. They're on different buttons though. And I'm going to confirm this. I'm going to go into the game. Why am I looking at the screen? And now I should be able to... Nice! I can zoom out and zoom in just as I'd expect. Even though it's an analog button. Now, here's the real test. If I hire another adventurer, and then I open up... How do I do this? Open this. I can now click one adventure to a party. It's so nice. It's working. Oh my god, that was so painful beforehand. All right, this was quite the test of my metal. All right, we can move this around, although this is kind of slow. Is that wrong? Is that a streaming thing? What's going on? Oh, I think it's fine. Wait, something's off. Hold on a second. Do I have this set to a non... I don't. I was going to say non-1 game scale. But this one zoomed out is probably not 1, because I see flickering here. Yeah, you see that there too. Okay, hold on. Let's take a look at that. What am I searching for? Camera. Where are the zoom values? There they are. There's a battle map camera. What do we call that? Instance map camera. Ah, that's a problem. Yeah, it's set to 0.5. Okay, that's okay. Yeah, it's going to cause flickering. There's nothing we can really do about that. And let's keep looking at this. All right, so what else are we testing here? I guess just a little bit of everything. Like, can I move this around? Yes. Can I move items? Yep. Let's go build the town hall. And get auto battling. Turn it on. Yeah, I think this is working fine. Are we only optimizing the game? Depends on what you mean by optimizing. What I would mean by optimizing is usually performance. This is not performance stuff. This is like the controller just wouldn't work how you'd expect. And there are still some bugs, and we're still gonna have to fix those. Yeah, oh, this is going pretty well. I don't feel anything weird. Everything looks like it's working pretty well. Mostly Steam Deck? No, not mostly Steam Deck stuff. We're tackling a little of everything, and it's just the Steam Deck things take me the longest. So it looks like I'm doing mostly Steam Deck stuff. But they're just really hard problems sometimes. Alright, now I can build the armor shop. Just gonna free up my skelly mans. That looks reddish on the ground. I guess just when it's fading in and out. The skeleton's probably going to come pick it up in a second. Yeah, I wanted to look at that. Oh well. You can't put it on the ground once it's already been taken. Anything else I want to try here? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. Is there any other shortcut I haven't tested? I mean, I don't have a lot of them set, but yeah, all in all, it looks like things are working pretty well. Oh, that wasn't the best. All right, how do I quit? There. Feels like each time I join, it's something about Steam Deck. Yeah, it does feel that way. Test in key bindings. Can you remap any control to an analog button and have it work? Yes, you can now. Hooray. All right, can't use the virtual cursor to confirm a key binding. Let's take a break before I do this. But yeah, this is where I'm leaving off. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Every once in a while I say this, but for those new, you can type join and type J and a number to jump. I'll be back in a little bit. Hello again. All right, close the game. All right, so can't use the virtual cursor to confirm a key binding. This shouldn't be Steam Deck specific. Okay, let's go try this out. So we click here, whoops. A little hard to control this thing. Let me try changing this to this thing and then hit confirm. And it changed. Oh, that did work. So this is Steam Deck specific? Oh, that sucks. Yeah, that sucks. Okay, what gives? Keybind manager. Isn't there like some forbidden keys somewhere? It's UI click. I'll just search for UI. It's not called UI click. What's it called? UI, oh, cursor click. It's only right here. Don't want to allow rebinding virtual clicks. Maybe we just set this to event. All right, I think that'll fix it. Let's try on Mac first. And actually, while we're trying this, let's go build for Linux and put it on Steam so I don't need to wait. This will save like 10 or 15 seconds. Oh, wait, no, it won't unless I actually click those things. Saving no time. 0.9.2. Cool. Okay, so can I still use this to bind a key? Yes. So I'm guessing this is working just fine, yeah. All right, let's try on Steam Deck now. Huge speedrun strats. Yeah, I just thought of something. What if you speedran making a game? I guess it's kind of what a game jam is, but what if it was a longer game? You could sort of argue Tim is sort of doing that. He's making a game in 100 days, but he's spending quite a lot of hours on each day. What if you made a game in, let's say, 500 hours? I think it'd be incredibly stressful. But you'd have to cut corners on pretty much everything. Every once in a while, you see this on social media. Someone will do like I'm going to draw the same thing, but I'm going to take 10 seconds and then 10 minutes and then an hour. And the 10-second one is like a very rough sketch, right? 10 seconds is not a lot of time to draw anything. The 10-minute one is like, oh, wow, they did a pretty good job. And then the 1 hour one is like, wow, that's a lot of polish. For a game, since there's so many things involved, or I guess since your timeline would be 500 hours, I guess if you had the same thing with art, 500 hours of art, you'd probably have to figure out where you spend your time to. I don't know, maybe 500 hours is more than it takes to make most art. Maybe like animations would fit into that. Okay, here is the moment of truth. Assuming that button pops up. Where's the button? There it is. 3 hours. Yeah, I always wonder, how do you ensure that people only spent 3 hours on it? Because even if it just came to coding for 3 hours, you could spend a lot of time thinking about your game design ahead of time. Okay, so what are we testing here? Just that we can remap a control using the virtual cursor. So I just do this and then click this. Nice, it's working. Well, 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 we fixed all of those stupid issues. Okay, so as it turns out, the analog digital interface is pointless. And we should pretty much never be using it. What's this doing? Set input can be pressed, which we never read. So this is now pointless. And then is action pressed is just this. And then these are private functions. Yeah. Babe, check your phone. I see a missed call. Do you want me to call you back? I don't see anything else other than missed call. I'm expecting either another phone call or a call me. Okay. Hang on one sec, chat. Okay, sorry about that. In general, game jams operate on an honor system for that stuff. So motivated to win. Yeah, that's true. Unless you had to stream the whole thing, maybe. She was calling about lunch. Like I said, she's gonna join me for lunch today. And she wanted to know if she wanted, like, anyway, doesn't matter. I don't think ever done that though. Come to Twitch and been like, hey, you need to call me. Okay. So we can delete this entire class. Yeah, so just the gamepads folder goes away. And that's going to break every single part of the game. So we can find all those places like this. And then we want to replace every single one of these with whatever that function was called, which I forgot the name of. But it's like something with event at the end, I think. Oh, come on. What? How did I? Oh, no, it's in input. Yeah, input.event. Yeah, there. And what do we pass in? The event first and then the name and then the event. Okay. This is hilarious. I love the attention. Now you know what it's like to stream. I've always told her, if you want to ever be on the stream or just whatever, say hi, you always can. And she's like, no, never. And I've been streaming since 2015 and she has never been on stream. She did speak once from outside of frame. Or maybe twice. All right, so we got to change all of these things. Did I even fix those? Yeah. Okay, so this and then swap the order. The swapping the order part is a little annoying. Careful opening Pandora's box. I don't think she would care. I think she'd be like, all right, interest is dead. I'm going now. Okay. Yeah, so this is very mechanical. We're just going to do this a bunch and fix every single place where this happened. Yeah. Isn't this fun? Extensions aren't used here. Add event. This is joypad button. Ooh. Yeah, this is boring, but I need to do this, and then we are just going to test this again. Everything should be fine afterward, I hope. Put this in the wrong parenthesis. How many more of these stupid things do we have? Too many. And it's too bad the event ordering changes, because whatever code I used to have here, what was it? Yeah. Event went to the end and input to the beginning. All right. No, I could probably change both of these at the same time. Nice. A twofer. Yeah, I wonder how good AI would be at this. I imagine pretty good because it's very mechanical, as I mentioned. But I don't want to bother at this point. Branch may be duplicated. Oh, that was not correct. This is released. Yeah, it's a good thing for that, huh? Because I'm not paying attention to that level. Repeat that again, but with sounds. My mic is on, if that's what you're saying. I think if I were muted, people would have said something. Can you not hear me? I'm not muted. Okay, yeah. Thank you. What happened here? Finding test environment. That. Oh, right. Now we don't need this here anymore. Yeah, and then none of that matters. All right, we're almost done. We got, what, 15 files left to do? And this one never even used that, so we're already done with that one? Could have had him troubleshooting. No, I'm glad no one wants to inflict that level of pain on me at this point. I think most of you can agree I've been through enough in the last few days. My own code is out to get me. So this is just checking, yeah, wheel press stuff. I don't care about that. You know, of honor to not troll this close to launch. Yeah, right after launch. Yeah, by all means. Before launch, treat this man with some respect. I was thinking about my April Fool's joke for this year, and I have what I think is a pretty good idea, but I don't know when I'm going to find the time to do that. Because the only amount of time between April Fool's, and launch and April Fool's is 2 weeks. And I don't know if I can cram it into that amount of time. It's just going to take a day pretty much. But yeah, can I justify that? It's too bad it feels like work as well. If it were like just write something, I think I'd be happy doing that. I could just go to a library or something. Next game. Are you asking, like, do I have a next game in mind? I'll just answer everything you might be asking. I have a next game in mind. I haven't shared a lot of details. I don't know when it would be exactly because it's based on how Skeleseller does. And I do plan on streaming it. So that should answer any of the questions you might have had. April Fool's could be that it's in May. Yeah. I like the upload date on the video. If I make a video, which I probably would for this, I like it to be on April 1st. Oh, wait, now it's finally doing this. Nice. Yeah, cool. I only had to make the change like 400 times. Now AI can just suggest it for me. Go ahead, AI. It's not going to do it. Maybe because I closed the other file. Does it know to do this here? Did I miss one of these? Huh. I wonder how I messed that up. That probably implies I messed something else up too, right? I don't know. We'll find out in the diff. We're almost done. We have 6 files left. Yeah. I really want to get to the point where I can publish and just have people play the game again. There's still a decent amount to do for that. I was also debating on whether I should stream post-lunch today. I've needed to get a haircut for like 2 weeks. I just haven't been doing that. I haven't been working on the Weblate translation things I needed to do. And they're all done now except for Spanish. Yep. Okay, we got 2 of these. This is good. And just a few more. Okay. Why did the AI only suggest this once? Why couldn't it just fix all of these for me? Because even that would have made this a lot faster. Oh well, we're almost done. Okay, I think that's everything. Let's try running it. I missed something. Huh, how did I miss this one? Hey, nice. It suggested the change. Okay, so let's see. With the controller, can I still do stuff here? Can I press B on that? Yes. What does pressing A here do? Does it continue or start a new game? It continues. Huh. Hey, Vibe, it's going pretty well. Made a lot of good progress. I want to rebind this key. So zoom in is left shoulder. Zoom out, I want to have be right shoulder. And we should be able to change it like that too. Good. Yeah. So now I go out of that. Now we have, wait, no, other way around I want it. I want zoom in to be the right. Okay, I guess set this to default. Set zoom out to the left. Set zoom into the right. Oops, I think I canceled out of that. No, I got it. Okay, cool. And then we can open up that. Nice. Great. Yeah, feels like this stuff's working fine. Does mouse and keyboard still work fine? Yep. Zooming. Yep. Zooming over here. Yep. Panning this. Using WASD. Yeah, that's really slow. Okay. Yeah, feeling pretty good. Wow. Wow, that was crazy. Okay, so now let's go delete those output go here things. So those are gone. We should have no changes in that scene. Perfect. And now we should have a whole bunch of these. I'm going to check them in as I see them. In fact, wait, let's look at that one more time. Yeah, it should be action pressed by event. Yeah. This is good. Good. Yeah. Okay, so this we got to delete. This we need to delete. This. Now let's pull open this file again. So all that changed in here was the input handling. Nice. Okay, good. Cancel. And yep. Yeah, thankfully reviewing this is a lot faster than modifying it. Just making sure I didn't mess anything else up here. Yeah, I think we're good. Yeah. All right, anything change here? I don't want to touch controllers again for a long time. But I think we have some other controller bugs I need to fix. Yeah, this got a lot cleaner. Okay, we have like 5 files left. This is almost done. No, we're done. These shouldn't be checked in. Okay, so fix controller issue, or like accommodate analog buttons. This was much more involved than I thought, at least to figure everything out. Godot exposes, what's it called? Is action just pressed by event, which is essentially what we want to use to be able to treat analog buttons as though they were digital. I also simplified some code that should have been using get axis or get vector. Is that what it's called? I don't even know where that went. Here? Get vector, yeah. Okay, the reason behind this is that the virtual cursor is bound to right trigger by default. And the triggers on a Steam Deck are analog. So it would frequently quadruple click with the old code. This also, by fixing that, we also fix to that was also the fix to a bug where sound sliders weren't being persisted on the Steam Deck when using the virtual cursor because value changed in drag ended. Yeah. Would be false. Presumably due to the rapidity of events or something. It's fixed now though. What genre will the next one be about? I think it's going to be like a story-driven adventure game. But more than that, I will not end up sharing too much for now. Okay, Godot UI. Let's go write something about analog stuff over here. Yeah, so controllers slash gamepad slash joypads. Analog buttons and remapping. So as of Godot 4.5, there is now, where's that function? This. Except for we want this in the latest documentation, latest. By event. There is now, what is this called? Input dot. Yeah, here it is. Which will only show that a button was pressed when the first time that particular event triggers it. This, yeah, if you had just used whatever we had before this, diff last commit, if you would just use event.asActionPressed, it would trigger multiple times as you press an analog button. Since the strength, should I link to that? First of us. How long you plan to support the game after launch? It depends on how well it does. If it sells like 2,000 copies, then probably pretty much not at all. If it sells 30,000 copies, probably for a little bit of time. If it sells like 100,000 copies, then I don't know, maybe several months. I don't know. What layout are you using? Like, do you use some combination for the letters and words? Yeah, so I'll give you a quick rundown. There's my key map if you want to find out a little bit more. I have a bunch of layers, and just the layers themselves are listed up here in terms of name. So the base layer is just me typing normal English letters. Then I have a symbols layer, a number layer, a function key layer, navigation, and media, which also has mouse movement on it if I want to use that. Oh, you know, I just noticed even this mouse movement's a little bit wonky. It's not wonky there. Huh. Anyway, what was I going to say after that? Oh, yeah. And then the letter layer is in Colmac DH, if that's what you're asking about, as opposed to QWERTY. So my letters are laid out like this. And you will notice that a lot of common English letters are on the home row. So if I want to type something like star, I just keep my hands on the home row for the whole thing. Hey, Balsa Plane. Okay, so what are we looking at next? Oh yeah, I was writing notes about this. Trigger multiple times as you press an analog button. So if you ever allow for remapping, you wouldn't want to have to differentiate between digital and analog buttons. Hence why this function is so valuable, because it essentially collapses the analog value into a Boolean. If you do want to rely on the strength of the button press, use this, what's this called? Get action strength. Or the raw equivalent. Where's the raw one? Cool. Hey, Grows. Hey, Sister Mara. You struggle now when you go back to QWERTY? It's why I don't learn another key map. I swap between other computers. Not too much, no. But I don't recommend learning another key map unless you have pain or you never learned to type well. Or I guess you have some like intellectual curiosity. But I don't think this was a worthwhile endeavor for me to switch from QWERTY. And I've actually been kind of debating, should I switch back to QWERTY? And I just don't have the space to think about that right now. We got to focus on launch. Hey, Crows, managed to fix memory optimization. There are a few outliers that I have not fixed yet, but that I didn't think were worth focusing on for too long. One of the reasons I've been working so much and why I've been a little bit stressed out is because we have, whatever I said, 26 days until launch. But I had already kind of dog-eared some of those days. And then we got to the performance stuff and I was like, oh yeah, this will take like one day. I'll spend a day. I'll just fix whatever the biggest things are. And it was just riddled with issues. And the remaining issues I have, I don't think will take very long to fix. But are they a higher priority now than all the other stuff? I just keep thinking like, a bunch of people played the game and no one commented on performance. So it means one of two things. That means one, the perf is fine. Or two, it got worse since they played. And either way, I'd like to still fix it before launch. Hey, Nix. Is it okay to use vibe coding to make games, or is it better without? Is it okay? I think you're the one who determines if it's okay. Like, maybe the people you're trying to target wouldn't like it, or they would like it. Maybe you're not effective at it, or you are effective at it. Hey, those are the kinds of questions I think you'd ask about it. And then maybe you have some other goal, like you actually want to learn game development, or maybe you just want to build a product. All up to you. I think perf is fine. When was the last time you played? Because it might have gotten worse. I still don't know if it has. Okay, so all these to-do items are done. It's a pejorative term. I don't agree with that. I think people still use it positively. Okay, so what do we have here? This is now fixed too. Yeah. Man, there's been some crazy stuff. Just crazy. I really, really want to fix the Steam Cloud thing because this could be affecting everybody for all I know. Always want to learn. The process is so slow. Too late? I don't think it's too late. And also, you can improve your typing without having to change keyboards or without having to change layouts. I think a lot of it comes down to a combination of practice and then if you're typing incorrectly, to fix that typing. And I think one of the best ways to fix it, I've always kind of talked about this. Let's say I'm writing a sentence like, I need to take notes. So I just wrote out this sentence. I actually did not make any typos and I typed it with all the right fingers too. But let's say you typed I need and you realize that like, oh, I used my middle finger on the, oh, well, sorry, I'm on QWERTY keyboard. What would you type? ASD. So you type it with your middle finger normally. So yeah, let's say you use your pointer finger to type out the D. I would just press enter and type out the exact same thing, but now focus on where you made the mistake. And let's say you type it again with the wrong finger. Well, then start again. And now what you're going to see is you're going to be like, oh, on each prior line, I typed the D wrong. So you're going to slow down around there and be like, oh, that's how I was typing it wrong. And then you type the rest of the sentence and maybe you make another mistake. You type this with the wrong finger or you type like, I need to take Hotes. And now you're like, oh, okay, let's retype that. And that way you just keep getting practice at sentences that are tough for you or bigrams or trigrams that are tough for you. Last time was 2 to 3 months. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, performance might have gotten worse in that time. Who knows? The project like a game that grows over time, vibing will lead to a black box situation that will lead to problems at some point. Yeah, and it all depends on what you're vibe coding too, because you could potentially code 90% of what you're doing and then vibe code the remaining 10% maybe. Kind of want to echo the point of maybe just focusing on QWERTY and getting very good there. Feel so bad typing on anything that's in my own machine or keyboard nowadays. I still feel pretty competent at QWERTY. In fact, sometimes I feel like, am I faster with QWERTY? And I just have not looked at that too much yet. Okay, so Blub said auto cloud config is so weird. I played around by editing the config, and it looks like those path replacements are ignored for the sync process and only used by auto cloud to find the local file for comparison with the cloud files. Changing it to this fixed the entire thing. Hmm. Yeah, it could be that, Blob. Did you switch on your phone too, Hef, to whatever new layout you have? Hey, Justin. I'm still not sure what to do about this. So here's our configuration that we have right now. And what Blub said is changing to this fixed the entire thing. So let's look at these side by side. Root is here. OS compare. Use instead is just set to Linux XDG data home. Okay, let me open this in its own thing because I'm distracted by that animation. How does this work? Especially because you didn't even have XDG data home set. How is it pointing to local share? If it's just before I start the game, then Steam is not creating it in ScalaCeller. No, it's not creating ScalaCeller in the home directory, but later sync doesn't work still. Oh, okay. Maybe that's how I got it. I don't know. Type very little, so I'm not sure it mattered much. Gotcha. Replace fails, then path defaults are root plus path from window translated. Oh. If the replace fails. So here we have ScalaCeller save data synchronized. That is here though. That's why I don't understand why this could be wrong. Pattern star.json. No. That's correct. I was like, did I change that? Okay, that's fine. I don't see what's wrong with this config. So it feels like Steam's doing something weird. Except for that. Why is that still there? Do I need to refresh this page? Yeah, now it's gone. Okay. Yeah, I was in an old tab. I was investigating this earlier and just didn't close all the old tabs. Hey, Leaf, your girl. Oh, what do we do? It just defaults a local share of XDG data is not set. So then why didn't it? Oh, because Linux Home did exist? So I should have just used some path that doesn't exist pretty much, which is possibly what was going on here. Maybe there still is a path transform happening and it's just like, oh, I don't know how to access WinApp data roaming. So I'm going to default to local share. Okay, that is possible. But then that means that if you do have XDG data home and it points to something else, that it's going to be the wrong location. It's going to break. Unless home points to local share, which it probably doesn't on those machines. So I think that's the key point, though. It seems like if you don't have the path that it just uses .local/share on Linux. So we would need to specify any path that doesn't exist. But then why doesn't Linux Home work? I don't get it. I don't get it. All right, maybe let's just search for Steam Cloud Linux wrong directory. Changing Steam Cloud, syncing the wrong directory. Uses the directory, but it syncs to... This is probably fixed by the game eventually, right? Man. I thought this was an Obsidian thing. Maybe this is just people posting random stuff on the forum. Oh, this is not the Obsidian that's a note-taking thing? It's the game. Pillars of Eternity? I don't know what this is. No, this is from 2015. Linux Home. I don't see something here. Moving from Windows to Linux. Man. I don't see like Steam developer support stuff for this. Okay. In times like this where I search and I can't find anything, I like trying ChatGPT just to see. So I am trying to... Let's close that. I am trying to... Why is that not working? Viad. Okay. I'm trying to set up Steam Cloud for a game. Or I'll just say for Skeleseller. It already knows what I'm talking about. Trying to set up for Skeleseller, and yeah, I have the Linux configuration. Set up to use Linux Home. Wait. Hold on. Linux Home doesn't include local share. I'm the one putting local share there. Does that mean I shouldn't be putting it there? Where'd the documentation for that go? No, it's just the home directory. I have another idea here. No, I don't. Any reason why I use that over Gemini or Claude? Not really, I think. Now in Cloud Logs, I get need to upload file. Found that file, but then it doesn't. If it is a bug in Steam, where do you even report these things? So I have to use Linux Home. I'll just share the whole config. I don't know, just let this thing figure it out. I have this configuration. On Linux, some players say that it's trying to access Skeleseller instead of local/share. Why is this happening? You call him directly on his yacht. Is that a global emote? Oh, better Twitch TV. In your override, you have use instead Linux Home. Linux Home maps to this. So when you combine that with your path transform, seems to resolve it to that. However, they only apply if the original route or path match exactly as Steam expects. Steam falls back to this. Yeah, that's pretty much what it was saying. Which becomes that. This is what your players are seeing. Why isn't it applying? Your base save file definition is this. Steam matches this full combination internally. Transform only works if Steam is matching that exact path string internally. I don't know what it's talking about with Linux app data. Is that even a thing I can do? No, it's not. So I think it's just making stuff up here. But the rest of that with the fallback stuff does seem like what's actually happening. Yeah. So this suggests maybe that I'm misunderstanding the documentation, which I still don't really believe to be the case. Hey, can we look this up? Isn't this for Space Game or something? Yeah, 480. Can we just look that up in SteamDB? We can, but it says it doesn't have it configured. Well. Wait, no, that doesn't make sense, does it? Shouldn't there be... Shouldn't there be a cloud configuration for this? Following is an example of setting it up. Okay, no, maybe they haven't. They just say this is an example, not that it's for Space War. You can find example usage in here, Space War project. Steam Cloud. APIs and Steamworks features demonstrated include this. Yeah, where do you find the code? Where do you find the code? Code overview. Where do you get this from? Building and running the example. Requirements, this. Once you've extracted and downloaded. Oh, it's inside the SDK? Oh, I didn't expect that. So I might have it in here somewhere. And we're looking for Steamworks example. So that. All right. But this won't tell me. This won't tell me what the cloud configuration is. But in here, they say that they use Linux Home. I mean, let's just search for that. Linux Home. Yeah, I didn't expect that to work. Let's search for save. Set save user data path, game engine. Save data path. Here it is. Save to the game directory. Something stats.bin. And hang on one second, my wife is calling. Okay. That's a PlayStation 3 example. Isn't it all the same? I don't know. Either way, this isn't what I need. I need to figure out what they did here. And I mean, I see this here, but I just don't understand. What did I mess up? Like this. Whoops. This is what seems especially interesting. It's part of the bottom. They say user profile, app data, local load, default company, AutoCloud sample maps to this, which is a totally different path. Hey, Ayers, I'm trying to figure out why my Steam Cloud configuration is borked. And if I look at my thing that I have here, mine says this and this. Why the arrow key's not working? So this one's the Mac one? No. Okay, so Mac first. This is Mac, this is Linux. And what they have in their picture that they have here, I can just OCR this. Yeah. User profile, app data, roaming. In app data, roaming. I did this, right? Also saw an example of this game. It doesn't use replace, but uses add. So I have this in the UI as well. There's a little question mark. If I move my head here, there's a question mark, but that question mark doesn't show anything. Oh, wait, you have to hover over for a long time to see something. I didn't realize that. When enabled, the path defined and add replace will replace the root subdirectory instead of adding to it. Replace the root subdirectory instead of adding to it. So wait, maybe I don't want that checked? I thought I tested that though. Local low versus roaming. I don't think it should matter as long as I have the same thing on the left here in all three places. So it says local low in all three. I have roaming in all three. I think should be fine. Also, the only problem I'm seeing is on Linux. Although I should probably test again on Windows, but I'm pretty sure I tested that. So I looked at this once and I had replaced not set. Now I don't even have a note on it. That's strange. I did not write a note on it. But it was necessary or else we were running into issues, right? I don't know what's wrong. Yeah, I don't see what's wrong. Let me look at that replace path thing again. Allows you to optionally add a subdirectory path which is inserted between the new root and the original subdirectory. This might be it. If enabled, it causes the path specified in add replace to replace the original subdirectory entirely. Yeah, I think we need this to be on. Otherwise, I think it tries using like user profile, but on Linux, which won't work. What you see in this picture is really all I have access to in terms of controls. I mean, granted, I could use the API and do my own special thing here, but that's it. It's like there's some drop downs, there's some text inputs, and there's a checkbox. I set everything up the way I think this should be set up. And I can't find an issue with that. And then we try it in practice and it doesn't work. If I uncheck replace path, what does it say? Okay, so here's what it says now. It says it maps to local share, SCala save data, synchronized. Yeah, so this is why this is a problem. It's trying to tack on the thing that was defined in Linux. Maybe then I just delete this stuff from here. Let me see. Okay, so here's here's potentially a solution because this looks correct. I just typed in local share and I did not check the replace button. And now it says it maps to what looks like the correct directory. I think this seems kind of dangerous here. Think you only need to set root and just subdirectory. You don't need to structure save data. Steam should translate that. Yeah, I guess maybe we try this. But then is this even working on Mac? Because I don't know. All right, let's just mess around with it and try it and see what happens. Should I fix the Mac one too? Here was the path that we had before for Mac. So I'm going to go modify this and we're going to see what happens. Yeah, it's exactly the same now, I think. Yep, exactly the same. Okay, I guess I'm going to save this and look at the diff and we're going to see what happened. Yeah, so here's the diff. You can see instead of path transforms, we just have add path nothing and then add path local share. I guess I go publish this and then we try this out. I should probably do this after lunch because I'm about to go eat. Okay, let me just write this down then. Where I left off, I did not publish the new Steam Cloud configuration. But I tried not using replace path. The paths look identical to me. But maybe there's some Steam issue preventing this from working. I don't know. Let me try one more quick thing here. If I go to the release version, which is this, and I download my... Actually, I don't want to download my save file. Yeah, no. Yeah, I don't want to. But I want to launch the demo on my Steam Deck, which is there. So now I launch this. Whatever we see, I'm going to go modify... Actually, we should download this. Let's just not be stupid. Not found. What? Oh, because I had to refresh this? Okay. Oh, that's kind of funny. Look at what it's saved as. Win app data roaming, Scala seller save data synchronized save. Okay. Well, I don't really want to look at that right now. I want to look at this. There you go, Cuttlefish. So I'm going to load our save data. I don't know what we have because I haven't looked at it. Our money is $199. So here's what I want to do. I want to spend that somehow. So there, now we're at 99. I'm going to save and quit. And now this file should be updated if I did this correctly. So it's at 9:46 a.m. I refresh. It's now 1:46 p.m. So somehow this is syncing. That was running on my Steam Deck that whole time. If I download this, we probably have 99 money now, right? Yes. So why is that working? Except your demo has an app ID redirect. What? Where's the demo VDF here? Redirect. App ID redirect. Oh, right. Because this is... Oh. Oh, boy. Everything just clicked. That's why this is only working for me. And that's what this line means that I said was very cryptic. I mean, it's pretty clear it's not recommended. It says right here, if you do what I just did, that it says trying to use shared cloud data with an unreleased targeted base will not sync those files and is not a recommended setup. What would really help for clarity here is it won't sync for people who don't own the unreleased target. So I tried this and I was like, well, it's working for me. So probably this means it'll work for everybody, right? How wrong I was. Oh no. No. I don't know what this means though. This means it's saving your save file. That wait. Okay, hold on. So let's advance time a little bit here. It's March 17th, and Blub wants to continue their save file. Is the local one fine? Because if the local one is fine, it means it should just work. But if Steam Cloud is stomping on it, then it means you would lose your progress as soon as you close it. Which means that everyone would be losing their progress. It wouldn't even just be, it wouldn't be Linux. This should be happening on every platform. Yeah, this isn't even a Steam Deck thing then. This is just an I'm an idiot thing. Does anyone have a Windows build right now and has Steam and has the Skeleseller demo? Because if so, you can help me out a lot by doing something, which is open the game. If you have a save file, it's even easier because it saved the game. If you add a new file, you're on Windows. Okay, yeah. Okay, so can one of you, either ABC or Cuddlefish, open the game, save the game. If you add a new file, you need to complete the tutorial, which is like 90 seconds. I don't know, less than that. And then quit the game. So those are the instructions. And then we go to this. Why can't I click? Hang on. I gotta unplug this. Okay, there. Then go to this page. Okay, 5 you don't need to worry about this because either ABC or Cuddlefish will probably take a look. I just don't want people to duplicate effort because it's only one person who needs to do this. If it's broken on Windows, then I understand everything. And I cannot believe I'm very peeved by this documentation. This is not the first sentence that has confused me on here. There have been many things that have been confusing about this. And it's caused me a lot of extra work. Hey, Alexis. So let me write this down because I'm pretty certain. Oh, it works on Windows. That's how I started my save. So it is maybe root overrides don't work. Maybe that's the real problem. How does that make sense? That works on Windows. So Blub, you're saying you can go to that page that I just linked and you see something here. Yeah, so maybe root overrides don't work for an oh wait, that's no. Hold on. Very confused about this. I thought maybe I think I tested this from an account that doesn't have the game. But did I not test on Steam Deck? Yeah, that's your Windows save. Okay. It works on Linux too if you copy the files to the folder. Yeah. But I want people to not have to copy files. So I think the real problem may be that root overrides don't work if you're pointing at an unreleased game. Either revert or merge the Steam Cloud changes I made. Mac and Linux for me. Love said that the Windows save does work. So I could test this by, no, maybe I can't test this. Maybe I gave myself developer permissions. How do I check that? Because I have 2 accounts. No, I have 3 accounts. I could test with a 3rd account. Oh. The 3rd one definitely wouldn't have dev permissions. Okay, so I should test with my 3rd account on the Steam Deck and see what happens. Okay. I gotta get going. I'm also incredibly hungry. It's currently about 2 o'clock. I'm gonna go get lunch. And then I think I want to pursue this again, but maybe this isn't the best thing to do for the stream. I'll probably be back in an hour. Yeah, I'll probably be back in an hour. Saving the demo is showing up on the Steam Cloud side. Okay, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. So this is a problem with this other stuff. So let me give Cuttlefish a point and gift ABC a point because presumably ABC is doing the same thing right now. Thank you all for watching. I don't know. Yeah, I'll hopefully be back. So see you later, everyone. Goodbye.